Hey, hey. I'm not sure if you can hear me, so you're gonna have to let me know how the sound is. Because on my side, I have to switch a couple different browsers to get to where we need to. I'm not sure if you can hear me, so you're gonna have to let now me I hear know myself. Hang on. How the sound is. Let's get over to the correct browser so that I can see the chat. Hey chat, hey Star Fam, how you guys doing? If anyone's here, I haven't been able to see the chat yet, but if you're here, welcome. It's so great to have you. Happy Saturday, happy new moon in Sagittarius. Oh, I see you guys. Flickerine, Shelly, Open Sesame, Erica, Casey, Marzana, Hope, Noise Angel, JL. I'm so grateful you all are here. All right. Well, since y'all are ready, I'm ready. We are going to do one question, one chart, mini reads, but specifically for the twin flame folk, divine counterparts, those who are in a soulmate or love connection. I'm going to read for you guys today. The way we're going to do this is first come, first serve. So if you've been here before, you already know how it works. If you're new and this is your first time, pay attention to how the folks who have done this before provide me their details in the chat. Because the way they provide the details, since there's so much back and forth and communication that'll happen in the chat, to protect your reading from the potential for confusion, I'm going to ask that you just hold your question until I call your name and study the way the people who've done this before put their info in the chat. Okay, so super easy. It is 33.33 USD. You can send that either to PayPal or to the Venmo. And first paid, first read. And that's how we do it. Thank you so much, Hope. I appreciate that. Just posted it, just pinned it. We're going to go ahead and get started. I tend to spend roughly about 5 to 7-ish minutes per read, but I do deliver a lot of detail in that period of time. So whatever questions you have, I'm happy to take a look at. Just make sure you keep it empowering for yourself. That's the main thing, is I want to answer questions about your connection that'll be empowering for you going forward. And I definitely spoke about that both on the post and over in email if you're on the private list. Hey, Kylie, great to have you. Hey, Sarah the Visionary. Hey, Abito friend. Love that you all are here. Okay. So we're going to go ahead and dive in, but I'm curious, have you all felt a turning point in your connections this year? Has anyone noticed a change in your connection this year? Like, has there been a shift for you? It doesn't even have to be in the connection itself. It can be a shift in yourself regarding connection. I have payments so far from Casey and from Flickering and from Catherine. So we're going to move in that order. I also have Sharon. Thank you all so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Definitely lots more loving energy exchanges. I love that for you, Shelly. That's beautiful. Yeah, definitely can concur. I'm seeing that across the board for so many people. And even if you're not in communication with a divine counterpart, you may notice that there is some just shifting in your own internal energy around love. Okay, so Casey, you're up first. And I'm not sure if I'm saying your name right, Casey or Kessie. Um, Let me know your question and details, and I would be more than happy to get started with you. After Casey, we've got Flickerine, then Catherine, Sharon, Angela, and Danielle in that order. Mention providing the date of meeting our counterpart. Is that correct, or would you just like my birth chart info? If you have the date of meeting your counterpart, that's going to be helpful. But if you don't have it, it's all good. I can use your chart as well to look at your connection. So, kind of an esoteric method that I use, but it pretty consistently works. Um, Let me say that a different way. When people are clear that they're in a connection and it's like long term, it always works. um, Especially when there's that imprint between the person and yourself, on a soul level connection, the method that I use is really reliable. Okay. Nicole, I also have you on the list. So now that Casey has shared the intel that I need to get started, I'm going to jump in. Um, okay. So Casey says from Brooklyn, New York. And we're going to go to the 15th of Feb, 1997 at 5 a.m. Okay. Just set a timer here so that I don't spin out indefinitely. Casey's question is, what cycle is opening between us that I can actively participate in? That is a beautiful question. So, Casey, I'm going to answer this from the perspective of both your own internal divine masculine and divine feminine energy, because I talk about how we all have both. When it comes to your interior divine feminine energy, I like to start with Juno first. Massive new cycle, and actually it's going to be both and for you, since your divine masculine energy sits at 5 degrees Aquarius, divine feminine 4 degrees Taurus. For you, what's opening up is empowerment. Pluto is conjunct your Jupiter and trine your Juno, and what this means is that, first of all, your interior divine masculine energy is being asked to take a major step forward in connection. So, the initiative taking, the holding space, the grounding the connection in some format of union energy, whatever that is to you. For you, I'm going to be honest, it looks like it's really about holding space for the connection to unfold in the third dimension, making yourself available, releasing the past, dealing with emotions that are have been harbored, that have blocked union. So formats of unforgiveness, judgment, yearning and longing, because those are separation states of consciousness. Pity, sympathy, or feeling sorry for your counterpart, not recognizing that they have personal power in the connection as well. These are things you're being asked to give up in favor of allowing union energy to show itself. When it comes to your divine feminine energy, I see that some of this is a bit of a conflict because of the fact that your divine feminine energy is actually quite sensitive and clairsentient in the connection. There's probably a lot of things that you feel on a biological and body level. Your body does a lot of communicating and talking to you more so than, the mind does. It's almost like the body is like a second brain for you in certain ways. And so, what this is saying when it comes to your divine feminine energy and empowerment is that it's going to be necessary to really release some of the creature comforts that have allowed any level of habituated separation for you, where you have been comfortable solo, where you have been comfortable, you know, believing what you believe about your person because it doesn't force you to confront some difficult things internally. We've come into a season now where your growth edge is about confronting those difficulties internally, that maybe some of the things you've thought aren't necessarily true. And I see that those are going to make you physically uncomfortable to have to face. But what that's going to do is start to recalibrate you for being open, soft, ready, receptive for union, and move you out of criticism, coaching, and correction, and move you into acceptance, appreciation, allowing with your person. And once you're in that frequency, that's going to be an empowered place for your divine feminine to rest, that in such a way that it allows your interior divine masculine to trust, okay, I can have this connection, I can have this union, I can face whatever comes next. I'm capable of showing up for this no matter what happens. I can stay coherent instead of going into collapse. And so, this whole year, all of 2026 is about what I just said. I encourage you to take some notes on what I just said, to go find a different recording device and record it so you can save it and re listen to it, because themes pertaining to knowing who you are in community, knowing who you are in terms of capability to have this connection, knowing that you can let go of old belief systems and they are not, it's not going to cause you to go back into an old cycle just because you're releasing those. This is your growth edge for 2026, Casey. Okay, 8 seconds left on the clock. I think that was a lot of information that just came through for you. Thank you so much for letting me read for you. I would be happy to go deeper if you want to. There's 3 sessions left in January. You can always book. If it doesn't work for your schedule, send me questions. I'll send you back a recording. Kylie and Hope have the link to my calendar, but it looks like it's a very empowering year for you when it comes to love and this connection. A lot of ego death here, but it's actually going to allow you to experience the truth of what this love is for you. Flickerine, you're next. After Flickerine, then Catherine. So get ready, Catherine. Flickerine is up. She says, I feel like it's shifting. There's definitely a shift in how I'm holding my energy in relation to the connection. I've had some expression of more loving energy, but then lots of silence. Got it. It's needing a lot of calibration to bring in. Sure. Amy says, AM Westmoreland says, we separated. Everything was great, but then a massive shift at the end of September, and things ended just before the end of September. Yeah, it's mixed, right? AM Westmoreland, it's up and it's down for a lot of people. So just hang in there. Um, Let me just confirm who all's on the list. I saw Dina jump on the list, Marissa and Julie as well. Just writing your names down. I also have here Gisela and Kristen. Okay, so the list is lengthy. That's okay. I'm moving through it fairly quickly as long as everyone's ready. Flickering, let's see. Met in British Columbia. And where in BC? Play. Okay, here we go. And 9:25. 8:30 p.m. All right, fabulous. Let's get into it, Flickerine. Let me set a timer. And Flickerine says, what does the connection need for me in 2026 to bring it into consistent presence and full union? Great question. Let's check it out. Um, from you specifically, and I think you're already doing this in some pretty key ways. But I want to say that one of the key features I'm seeing for you is right. Okay. So we're going to see Uranus begin to slide into a square to your natal Juno, your interior divine feminine energy. Um, And with your interior divine masculine energy, there's a lot of activation here since it's at the third degree of Aries. So I'm going to answer this both ways. From your interior divine feminine energy, 2026 is going to be a bit of an awakening here. And it's the start, but it continues into 2027. Foundation is laid in terms of recognizing yourself as a feminine energy in the ways that you've all like with you, Flickerine, what I'm picking up, and this is now channeled, is that you've had this sort of story about yourself as a feminine energy called not like other girls. I'm not like them. I'm not as feminine. I'm not as pretty. I'm not as this. I'm not as that. I'm not as curvy. I'm not as skinny. I'm not as voluptuous. I'm not as flat. Like fill in the blank with not enough. This Uranus is going to start the process of breaking you out of that conversation with yourself because you're going to begin the process of starting to know, trust, and understand that your quality of feminine energy is precisely what the connection has called for the entire time. That just gets stronger in 2027, but it's a bit of a crash landing and rude awakening to step into that reality in certain ways in 2026 because what's going to get called on the carpet for you is a lot of um, self comparison is what I'm seeing. And so where comparison, and that's what's going to show up first in 2026. You're going to notice yourself starting the process if you haven't already, or catching yourself and becoming consciously aware of comparing yourself as a woman to other women. The next thing I'm seeing for your divine masculine energy, this is where we get a significantly more empowered and grounded placement for you. And that's going to be a function of Jupiter trine Jupiter as Jupiter gets out into Sagittarius and then speaks to the natal Jupiter of this connection with Jupiter trining Jupiter, and this is going to be for both you and your counterpart. Several things are going to be true. Number one, there's an extraordinary amount of personal shifting unfolding pertaining to family and subconscious patterns. There's a lot of awakening energy happening here that's supporting both of you into individuality and sovereignty where family is concerned. That doesn't mean breaking from, separating, or cutting off family. What this means instead has a lot to do with recognizing patterning, programming, and belief systems, subconscious paradigms that just no longer serve. You're going to be able to catch it, know where it came from, and be able to compassionately drop it so that you're stepping into sovereignty. This step into sovereignty, again, this is both of you doing this. This step into sovereignty is what's going to allow you to begin to see the connection from clean slate energy. And look at this, I'm even seeing Ceres dancing on top of the divine masculine energy of this connection, indicating a cut off from the subconscious self imprisonment realms. That's the 12th house, speaking to both of you and saying, hey, these ideas that you've had about yourself that pertain to family and identity, these aren't really serving you. And I see both of you starting to make these breaks into individuality and selfhood that have been a long time coming. I'm seeing that for both of you, Some of this is going to be community, some of this is going to be family, some of this is actually going to be very stimulated and triggered by politics when it comes to being at home with family or connecting with family, social constructs, these sorts of things. Both of you redefining masculinity and what's necessary from a masculine energy on the planet at this time. You speaking to your tribe, him speaking to his, you guys both redefining and carving out an extraordinarily new pathway in masculine consciousness in the third dimension. So, where you feel guided to speak on these things, or more specifically, act on these things, this is actually going to really serve the connection opening up in present time. Okay. Save this, come back and let me know how it's gone. Flickering, thank you. Catherine, you're up next. If you would go ahead and paste your details, Catherine, I'm going to read for you. Let's just see here who else is on the list. I'm going to double check while we wait to hear from Catherine. Cool. Thank you so much, Catherine, for being ready. Okay. Marissa, Julie, Elizabeth. Cool. Wendy, you have to let me know if one of these is your name, because these are all the names that I personally have payment from so far. Hang on one second. Julie, Elizabeth. I'm going to read for Catherine now. I have after Catherine, Sharon. Sharon, please get ready. Then I have Angela, Danielle, Nicole, Dina, Marissa, Julie, Gisela, Kristen, and then Elizabeth. Okay, so here we go. Let's see. Catherine says, what cycle is opening for us that I can actively participate in for union? Okay. For that, I'm going to do your meet date chart, which is 1/20/21. And 4 p.m. Providenciales Turks. Got it. You set the timer here. Thank you so much, Catherine. Let's get into it. Cycles opening up that you can participate in that call union in. Okay. One of the key things I'm seeing for you right off the bat, Pluto conjunct the sun of this connection. There's an extraordinary level of confrontation with fear and a release of that fear in exchange for true power and the power of this connection. If this has really been activated by love for you, and I see that it's more than likely have, with the sun of this connection sitting in the seventh house of marriage, commitment, and partnership, what's showing here is a need to face whatever fear you have when it comes to the connection not unfolding into union, and starting the process of trusting that it can, and not only can it, but it also will. That's the first thing, is confronting fear in exchange for true power and the power of love to draw you two together and to ground this in the third dimension. The next thing that's really showing up as a cycle you can participate in for union, seeing both your Jupiter and your Juno at 10 degrees air for Jupiter, and fire for Juno, divine masculine and divine feminine energetic fields that connect the two of you. This year, impacting both of them, we will see Jupiter step into Leo, and it's in the second half of this year. Both of you have a lot of personal emotional cycles that you're wrapping up right now. But as Jupiter makes his way into Leo, this will be in July and forward. When we get into August, September, October, that time frame is when we're going to see Jupiter start to have communication with natal Jupiter, natal divine masculine energy in this connection, natal Juno, natal divine feminine energy in this connection. What that's going to mean for you, Jupiter trine the Juno of this connection is going to open up a harmonious short cycle but union window between the two of you that goes from roughly the August period all the way until the tail end of 2026. This union window is going to make the experience and pull of the connection very strong because Juno specifically sits in that house, on the cusp of the house of day to day living, service to the world, routines, and also on the cusp of the house of manifestation in children. What this is going to prompt you to focus on, because Jupiter will be in the house that deals with personal values. What are my values when it comes to the way I'm living my day to day life that substantiate union? Are there things that I'm doing that do not align with the life I see myself in with this person? Are there people? Are there activities? Are there behaviors? Are there routines that I know for a fact if I woke up with this person in the morning would absolutely not be able to be a part of my life? This is going to be the call of the back half of 2026 for you. Make corrections in the routines, health and well being, places that you serve that need to have correction when it comes to the vision you have of you and this person in union. What that's going to do, it's going to calibrate your frequency in the connection for the manifestation of union. It's going to call it into the third dimension because third dimensionally, behaviorally, you are aligned. You are signaling to the universe, hey, I'm ready. I'm showing up. I'm doing my part. Prior to that, like I said, Jupiter here in Cancer has both of you wrapping up deeply personal emotional cycles regarding identity and family and teams and just emotional patterning, what it is you need to release. There can be a lot of ego death in this for both of you. I'd be surprised looking at what I'm seeing here if there was a tremendous amount of vulnerable communication. You may get it in spurts, share in spurts, but what I'm not seeing in present time is a lot of openness around that with Jupiter retrograde. Sharon, you're next. Go ahead and paste your question. What I'm seeing here, Catherine, for you guys is after this emotional cycle wraps up, and I'm seeing February, March, Jupiter go direct, but I'm also starting to see an ease in the tension concerning this deep emotional energy. You're going to find your person opens up a little bit more before you open up and blossom just after that. But as soon as that February, March break point hits, there's the timer. As soon as that February, March break point hits, you're going to start to feel this easing, blossoming, softening for union energy. And then you want to start focusing on the things that I shared in the first part of this around the union energy and day to day routines, lifestyle. This is how you're going to start to manifest this coming into the third dimension given what I'm seeing here in this chart. Thank you so much, Catherine. Appreciate you letting me read for you. Now I'm going to read for Sharon. Thank you all for your patience. Going in for Sharon now. Mariah is now on the list. So too is Kayla. Okay. Thank you all so much for your patience. I really appreciate it. Okay. Bella Merlin, Wendy. Interesting. All right, I'm gonna have to go back and look because right now I don't have anything from anyone named Bella Merlin. Wendy, I would double check that your payment cleared on your side because I have no notification from anyone named Wendy or anyone named Bella Merlin. So I double check that, Wendy. Sharon, thank you so much for being ready. Muncie, Indiana. After Sharon is Angela. Angela, please get ready. Okay. 10/1/73. Okay. 5:32 p.m. Got it. Thank you so much. Okay, what can I focus on in 2026 to break through my subconscious fears related to this connection? That's a great fucking question, Sharon. Damn. That is that's a G question. Okay. Subconscious fears related to this connection. Okay. Whenever I see Pluto in the seventh house for a person, this lets me know that fear does indeed come with connection, period. And for you, Pluto in the seventh, there is a latent energy here that speaks to fear of being controlled, fear of losing control, um, fear of things being imbalanced, unfair, being taken advantage of. And also knowing full well, like you just don't play that with Pluto conjunct your sun. It's not possible for you for those things to happen for you. Um, Okay, Wendy, I'll double check. And so, what I'm seeing as I look at this for you is this energy that speaks to, especially as Jupiter moves into Cancer. This is the divine masculine energy, sorry, into Leo. In the middle parts of next year, the main thing concerning fear that you're going to focus on is the release that you can somehow mess it up. Jupiter and Leo in the fifth house is the house of manifestation. There's anything regarding children and having a belief that children are somehow an issue or a block. They don't want kids, but you do. You don't want kids, but they do. They have three kids. You don't want to be a stepmom. You have four kids. They don't want to be a step parent, right? Any of these things, Sharon, where you have this experience of either children being a block or the fear that you just don't have the power to call this in. You can call in anything else you want, but just not this. This is the confrontation for next year that you're going to be really guided to focus on. Now, I really like the work of Yielded Vessel for this. I'm not sure if you worked with the two of us in the union workshop earlier this year or 3PE. But this work is actually the work that's going to help you break through this. Because I see with Jupiter in the house of manifestation right now, you've already started calling things into form fairly rapidly. You're going to have to let go of the doubt that you can't call this into form and the fear that somehow this isn't possible, even though everything else is. When it comes to, let me see, subconscious fears. I'm also going to say that there may be something subconscious concerning third parties here. I don't know if you or they are married or dealing with somebody else in present time, but I do see some markers here in the chart for triangulation. If that is the case, where you have had long-standing fear that you've harbored concerning having a replacement, being comparable to any other person in your person's eyes, having some sort of fear that somehow you're not enough, but other people somehow, some way are. If you've got fears of that nature or having to share your person in some capacity because there's a blended family component, you're going to have to deal with those next year as well. Um, when it comes to where's related to this connection, when it comes to these are the main things that I'm seeing based on the layout of the chart, your birth chart, and in 2026, these are going to be the things you really need to focus on. Let me just double check here. Want to see governor of the eighth is in the seventh. Okay, last thing, subconscious fear wise that I can see here is there is something new about the relationship to sex and sexuality that needs to be taken on. Now, I don't know where you're at in terms of your relationship to your hormones. I see you were born in 73. Sex and sexuality, as we all know, changes in a woman's 40s and 50s. Well, maybe not sex and sexuality, but certainly hormones do. If there's anything related to your hormones that have impacted your capacity for sacred sexuality, sacred sensuality, 2026 is going to be the year to get a brand new outlook, brand new take on that. I personally love the work of Kim Anami. You can also check out Leila Martin for both of those, for sex and sexuality, homecoming work. There's also, um, gosh, I know some of my clients do this work. They just don't have it up on their websites. If you're here and you know that I'm talking to you because that's you, please put this stuff on your website so I can send people your way. Be clear about it so I can start sending people your way, because this is a big theme that's starting to show up for a lot of divine feminine energies, is alchemy around coming home to sacred sensuality and also sacred sexuality. So these are the categories for fear that I'm seeing that need to be dealt with in 2026. Again, if kids aren't there, consider manifestation. Angela, you are next. Let me go ahead and double check what I have in terms of folk on the list. I see Pariksha has joined. And Wendy said she sent via Venmo. So let's double check. From Venmo, Wendy, I'm going to tell you right now, the people I have payments from are Catherine, Gisela, KB, and Mariah. Those are the only payments I have here on Venmo. I do not have payments from anyone else on Venmo. So I would double check where you sent it, because I mean, obviously, I don't want you sending it to the wrong person. But if you have, then I would reach out to Venmo help and support, because I don't have any, unless that's your other name, Catherine, Gisela, KB, and I know that you're not KB or Mariah. And I've already just read for Catherine. So unless you are Gisela, then I don't have your payment. Um, okay. Going in now and reading for Angela. Let's go ahead and pull up Angela's chart. December 15th, 84, Reno, Nevada. Reno, 12, 15, 84, 2, 10 a.m. Got it. Okay, thank you all for your patience. Let me set a timer here and start in for our lovely Angela. Angela's question is, what changes are needed or work showing over the next year in our connection on my end, and what work is needed to course correct for potential union in the future? It's basically the same question, so let's get into it. First of all, on your end, in your divine masculine energy, you're being asked to focus fairly heavily on taking your place in the spotlight in terms of career, Angela. Both you and your person are, but for you in particular, there is a level of visibility, ownership of that visibility, and right to rule that you're being asked to take on inside of the connection. And when it comes to your own divine feminine energy, we see here, okay, she sits in the 12th house, and we've got a Jupiter transit through the first, through 3, 4, 5, and 6 this year. This is really an interesting energy around, yeah, there's a lot of personal ownership energy here, like a lot. Especially with the energies. Let me just double check something. Hang on. She retrogrades in Libra. Nope. starts in June. Let me just check out June for you, Angela. Divine masculine work is all about career for you. This is this year. Display transits, new. Let me see, 26. Where is our girl? Home. Yeah. Okay. There also may be some stuff you need to deal with at home, specifically pertaining to partnership and money. Angela, I'm not sure if you're married or you have a partner or you've got property tied up with an ex, or you own some sort of asset with an ex, but I'm seeing here that financially you need to get disentangled in 2026 if any of that is the case. Even if you just have two boxes of your ex's stuff in your garage, it's got to go. I'm seeing it's time for you to clear out and make space for this connection to really show itself from a frequency perspective. Then the other, and that's in the divine feminine energy, just not hosting masculine energy that is not the one you want to partner bond with. It's time to release, detox, and purge that out of your physical space. Now, I'm not saying get rid of things that really matter to you or that you really need. What I'm saying is that if there are things that's like just holdovers from the last chapter tying you into it because you haven't fully cut the cords. I had one client tell me recently, her and her ex-husband no longer together. They've both moved on. They're seeing other people, but they are not divorced. And so these kind of holdovers, like, can she be with her person? Sure, but does her person really want to go be with her when there's no capacity for that to truly grow? Like, really? So she's starting the process of getting the divorce now. So these sorts of little things that you don't realize are big deals in terms of signaling to the universe in the third dimension, I'm ready. This is the work for you, Angela. And then like I said in the early part of the reading, the major thing here for course correction, it's not even a correction. It's like a no longer playing small, taking your place in the spotlight. There's promotion energy here for you as early as February, but it might not show itself until June or July. But when it does, it's gonna like really show up big. And so finding a way to take your proper place on life stage signals again that you're on mission, you're where you're supposed to be. And in so being, the union has a place to land and connect to you because your person also is coming in and being called on mission in 2026 as well. There's a small rewriting of some of the dreams and ambitions for you of the connection that it's like a right sizing, not downsizing, not, outsizing. It's like right sizing, tailoring the dreams of your that you have for the connection to really fit who you are becoming in 2026. And so some of this is going to be about providing greater detail to the universe for your order. This is a lot of the work here for you next year, Angela. That Juno retrograde, let me give you the dates. That's when you got to deal with all that stuff in your house and anything related to money and assets. We're talking about June of 26 through September of 26, okay? And of course, there's a good 40 days on either side for shadow. Okay, Danielle, you are next. Going to go ahead and start setting up Danielle's chart. Thank you so much, Angela. I have Kayla on the list. Yes, I do. Casey, we read for Flickerine. We read for Sharon. We read for Angela. Now we're reading for Danielle. Okay. Danielle. Meet date. Florida. 12/6/15. Happy twiniversary. 2:50 p.m. Miami. 12/6/15. 2:50. Here we go. Okay, Danielle, let's do it. How you want, what should I focus on, or what's the connection asking me to do right now? Any channel info is definitely welcome. Okay, so the connection right now, asking from you, what is that, Juno? Is that 28 degrees Libra? Yes. Okay, so first off and foremost, there's a huge let what's dead be dead energy here that I'm seeing with Pluto now moving off of retrograde square to the natal Juno, the divine feminine energy. The phrase that's coming up for me concerning you is let sleeping dogs lie. Some of this is channeled. There have been unanswered questions in your connection about what he's been doing, where he's been, who he's been with, etc. There's a lot of cycles that he's closing out in present time and have been closed, but because you didn't have answers about their closure, I see that your consciousness, not as much lately, but previously has done a lot of spinning and is just curious, like, how come I wasn't made privy to the periods on sentence, even though energetically you can feel it. I'm also being told that in your dream state, you've dreamt it, that there's certain endings that have shown themselves. Nicole is next, JL. With these endings, I'm being told to tell you, let sleeping dogs lie. Just because you didn't see it and witness it with your own eyes doesn't mean that it didn't happen. That there are certain things that are now done and over with that no longer need to be evoked by your A, rumination, and B, interrogation. You don't need to continue looking for information on these things, specifically because these cycles have closed out. There's certain behavioral cycles, there's certain people that have not been a great influence that are actually gone from your person's life, that you've gotten confirmation on. I'm being told again, some of this has come through psychically, through the dream state. And I'm being told specifically that you are being prompted to look to the future because Pluto is now making its way off of square with Juno and with your natal Venus. Moving forward, this is now Pluto past the death point and in the resurrection point. So this is coming into personal power, knowing that you don't have to always ask to know because sometimes you're being told, but it's about trust. When it comes to other things that the connection is asking of you this year, um, mm, 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 where is the natal Jupiter of this connection? Is that 21 degrees Virgo? Okay. So the divine masculine energy is coming in a very pure format for both of you in the energetic fields. And what I mean by that is that there's no planets doing communication with Jupiter except for transit Jupiter, and that's a short term transit only through, I want to say, March. It doesn't impact the majority of 2026. So, with that sextile of divine masculine to divine masculine, but not a whole lot of other major planetary, the outer planets communication, um, there's a pure energy here of Jupiter in Virgo at the cusp of 5 and 6. And so, this divine masculine energy for both of you is going through a period of purification, discernment. Who am I? What's mine? What's not mine? What have I adopted because it was just, habit? What am I ready to release because it's blocking my manifestations in the third dimension? This sort of like release in the divine masculine energy is so significant because what it's doing is it's allowing the divine masculine energy, who's been under a lot of pressure and stress from Saturn, from Neptune, from Chiron, well, not Chiron, but from Uranus from 2020 up until now for transformation, growth, and change. It's allowing that divine masculine energy to come into a period of integration and discernment about what it needs to keep and what it needs to release. For you, Danielle, in this connection, this is about starting to understanding the purpose of timing cycles and sequences and really seeing the perfection in the order the universe and your guides have walked you through leading into this connections union. So, um, a lot of psychic awareness I'm seeing, expansion of consciousness, release here of old patterning. This is what's necessary for you at this time in order to, and this is just the first few months of the year, and then this integration in the divine masculine energy next year. This is what's necessary for you to anchor the union energy, the connections asking. And then in your divine feminine energy, just as a quick recap, Danielle, this is about letting go of the past. You don't there Everything that didn't get explained doesn't actually need to be explained. But there are things now coming into process and presence in your personal power that the more you trust, the more guidance you're going to start to receive. And a lot of this is going to come in psychically for you. Okay. Thank you, Danielle. Next up, we have Nicole. Nicole, if you would place your details in the chat, I'm going to read for you next. After Nicole, let me give you guys what's happening here. Here's who I have after Nicole. I have Dina, Marissa, Julie, Gisela, KB, Elizabeth, Mariah, Kayla, and then Pariksha. Okay. In that order. Oh, I have Elizabeth on there. Thank you, Danielle. We are now going to read for Nicole. Okay. Like I said, Nicole, what's relevant for me as a reader is the first meet date. I don't need anything else. So 8/15/2024. Where were you at that meet, Nicole? Where on planet Earth was Nicole located on 8/15/2024? I don't have a payment from Wendy Kylie. Wendy is Gisela. Okay, got it. Gisela's on the list. And then Canada. Toronto. Okay. Here we go. Nicole asks, what can I do between now and the beginning of April when we will play Hamlet and Ophelia at a game to move toward the best path for me in this connection? That is a great question. Let's just see what's going on in the first 4 months of this coming year. Okay. Here's Juno was at the second degree of Libra. Ooh, a lot of things you can do. There's so much growth happening here. We've got Saturn and Neptune in opposition. We've got Uranus in trine. We've also got Pluto also in trine. The divine feminine energy in this connection is undergoing a massive transformation. This is it. Ooh, and because it's a sixth house divine feminine energy, this is talking about your job in the beginning of 2026, especially, but all of 2026. Your job is surrender. It's also their job too, your person's job too, but I want to be super clear with you. Surrender, softness, presence, allowing, being in the moment, not in the strategy or the future. Appreciation, acceptance, trusting. being in flexibility. These are the things that you're being asked to work on between now and April, but certainly well after April. The more that there is this is telling me that the divine feminine energy between the two of you, not just you but also them, is being asked to give up the construct of what you thought divine feminine meant, because spirit is about to take you both by the hand and show you this is what divine feminine actually is. And so, any sort of ways, again, there's this message here for you specifically about comparison games. I gotta be prettier than that one, have longer hair than this one, be thinner than that one, be funnier than this one, have longer eyelashes than the other. A lot of this I'm being shown for you is about physical appearance, where you have been counting yourself out based on your appearance. You're being asked to stop and begin the process of really loving, living in, dressing, and enjoying the body that you have, the way that it is today. And so I'm seeing here, and again, some of this is channeled for you. Some of the clothes in your closet, you don't like wearing them clothes. You feel frumpy in them clothes. You need to get rid of them clothes, and you need to get rid of them like tonight. Like, do not take them into 2026 with you. Find clothes that feel flattering, flirtatious, feminine, fun. And the key word out of all the F words I just gave you that I'm hearing for you is fun. Adorn yourself in ways that make you feel lit up from within, alive, glowy, and feel good in your own skin. This is a big piece of some of what I'm seeing for you is detoxification of the subconscious mind. I'm hearing there are stories that your mother gave you around femininity that are just from her time period on earth. They're not for you. I'm seeing that there's a brand new identity that you're really ready to take on, a new front facing, like personal brand way of presenting yourself, owning who you are. There's also a lot of personal power that you're being asked to take ownership of in your career space. Specifically, Nicole, for you, I'm being told stop apologizing. Stop trying to make yourself small for these other girls to feel good. Like, that's not the way this is supposed to go. Dina, go ahead and paste your questions here. Because you're next and I'm about to wrap up. But this thing right here for you, like, there's gonna be girls who don't like you because you are that girl. Like, you really are. Like, I'm being told your laughter is contagious and it like takes up a lot of space and attention in the room. I'm being told that like there's a certain way that when you turn the light on, you're magnetic and you're really radiant, Nicole. And so I'm being told that you need to stop apologizing for that and really just own that shit. Like, yeah, you girls are not on my level. Like, I need to stop playing like I'm on yours because we're just not of the same category. I'm in a league of my own. It's time for you to really own that in everything you do. The way you show up, speak, laugh, dress, present, all of it. Like, it's time for you to just own this, Nicole. That's everything between now and then, and certainly a lot of what you'll be focused on after. Dina, thank you so much. Let's get into it. Okay, Ira, Wickham, West Covina, California. Covina, 8/12, 1969, 4:37 p.m. Okay, got it. Good job, Noise Angel. Glad to hear it. Let me set this timer for our girl, Ira. I would love to know what my work is in 2026. What aligns me with union energy, please? You got it, baby girl, baby boy, or baby they, whatever you want. Let's see. For you, Let me just take a look at the moon here. Was that 17 degrees Leo? Okay. So there's a frequency, the planets are already doing a union thing for you right now, Ira, and you probably already feel it with a Cancer seventh house, the sort of sense of like something should be happening. It's happening. And so I can confirm for you that the frequency for union is already here for you. What's happening here as we come into this. Hey Paulina, great to see you. This is paid mini readings, love. You can check out the pinned comment up here at the top and I'll be able to get you on the list. If and that check there's a few people in front of you. It's going to take me at least 30 to 40 minutes, Paulina, to get to you. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45. It's going to take me 45 minutes at minimum to get to you. So if you're not going to be up, that's okay. I'll just refund you. But if you're going to be up, I'm happy to look. Back to Ira. I'm sure you already feel this sense that movement is happening behind the scenes. With that being said, in the divine masculine energy for you, what I'm seeing that you need to be focused on here is that, okay, yeah, we got this Pluto trine. This is empowerment with regard to your faith. If you need to travel in 2026, you're being encouraged to get on with it, book it, find the way to pay for it, and get out there, do what you need to do, especially if you're traveling for work, if you own a business, if you need to be putting yourself in front of people in multiple different locations. I'm being shown that this is going to work really well for you business wise. I'm also seeing here that there's a lot of trusting of your own intuition and your own guidance system that needs to happen. Jupiter, governor of the psychic house, Pluto, empowerment coming in from the house of value or approaching the house of value from the identity house. Pluto trining Jupiter, this ninth house is raw potential. It's not only just travel, but also faith. This is talking about the need to lock in when it comes to things you've already been shown. Ira, I'm channeling for you now that you've already been told about this connection. You've been shown and told a lot of things, and that you've clocked some of them, but there are some small things, little whispers that you have been told about your connection that you have let pass. It's kind of slipped through your mind like water passing through fingers. I'm being told you need to write. This is a big piece of how you're going to ground and anchor your intuition. Start keeping a journal about the things that you are told about the connection, wherever is most accessible for you. It doesn't have to be pen and paper. You can just keep a log in a folder in your notes folder on your phone. Start keeping a record of the things that you've been told, because it's not that you get into panic, but it's that you, like all of us, start looking outside for evidence of what you've been told. And when evidence doesn't show, you go into, well, it must not be true. And this is how it slips through your fingers. But when you are being told and shown these things, Ira, it's because you are being allowed to peek behind the scenes of the connections machinations, and you're seeing it. And anytime you put your focus and attention on something in the third dimension, it calls it into manifested form. And so you're being shown these things so that you can start to ruminate on the good things, relish in the good things, question the good things, like, tell me more about this. Write them down, reflect on them, get more information about them, like a little researcher with your psychic team and guides. I'm being told you're not milking what they're showing you enough for manifestation. In terms of manifestation, Ira, look here, Uranus in the fifth house of manifestation, crossing from the physical sign to the mental sign. This is showing you this year that you actually have, through the mind, the capacity to call things into form. Just through communicating, like saying the things your guides said to you out loud. You're being asked to strengthen your faith by reinforcing what you're told with the sound of your own voice. Okay. That's in your divine masculine energy. And that's really one of the biggest things I'm seeing for you right now. Because there is stuff happening, but I'm being guided to prompt you, utilize your divine masculine energy to call it in. Call it in, from out of the ether and place it into the world. Your divine feminine energy is undergoing a empowerment change that correlates to that. That I can go much deeper on if we do a one-on-one, but we've already hit time. But what I really want to say to you about the divine feminine energy here before I let you go is how necessary it is to really trust that you are on track, that you are the right puzzle piece shape, you've got the right structure to call this thing in, and to really trust your own traversing of your fears. I'm being shown that you've done a lot of conquering of your fears already in this connection, but it's time to take even the next step, that you can go even further in your boldness in the connection. All right, Ira, thank you so much. I'm now going to do Dina. Dina, you are next, and then Marissa. Thank you all for your patience. Let me go ahead and do Dina. Hey, Honey Singh, welcome. 100% Facts K, you are right on. Good. I'm really glad. Glad to hear that was right on. Okay. The work thing. This was less about a work thing, but more so for you, my dear. Hey, Queen of Water. This was less about a work thing and more about sort of a frequency thing and trust. Like work wise, you're probably fine. In fact, I'm hearing that you are, but the trust thing, you can expedite the manifestation here. All right, Dina, let's see what we have. Did I just read for Dina? Guess I did. Now we gonna read for Marissa. Thank you, Dina. Ira, Hood River, Oregon. Oh Lord, girl. I heard your hometown is under the water. In fact, I thought I saw it on TikTok. 12, 21, 2024. Happy twin anniversary. 505. Okay, great. Set the timer. Can you offer some perspective on leaning into our respective divine energies in ways that will help our relationship grow? 360 days ago, in 1 minute. I saw. Yeah, I totally can. Marissa, here's what I have for you. Leaning into respective divine energies. So you're both going to have divine masculine and divine feminine. Let me actually come out of that. Okay. Look, in the joint divine masculine energy is psychic communication. I am loath to say telepathy because people have so much consciousness templates that messages have to go through before they actually land somewhere. It takes a lot of practice or a particular type of being born to it to get filter free to hear cleanly without static of programming. Nevertheless, Dina, in you two's connection, I see it can happen. Communication is really key. Understanding your subconscious mind is going to allow the divine masculine energy in you and in them to anchor, to land. This connection is going to bring both of you into contact with what is happening at the subconscious level. The autopilot way that you and they have done partnership up until now, I'm seeing this connection is going to start to call it into question. The more you question it, the more you observe it, the more you explore it, the more you consciously make decisions about autopilot behaviors instead of just letting them be autopilot, the easier this connection becomes to navigate in the third dimension with confidence and clarity. Now, when it comes to each your own innate divine feminine energy in this connection that you two spark for each other in terms of divine femininity is a ton of personal growth, change, and transformation in terms of what you can create, what you can have in the third dimension. There's a bit of a death here in the divine feminine energetic fields when it comes to one way of operating femininity and needing to step into the resurrection of a brand new relationship to feminine energy. The death energy here has a lot to do with and this is both of you now, so I'm not singling either one of you out, where there has been like sexual extremes. And so, in the flirtation, dating, and romance portion of your meeting, like the vetting, the first two stages of relationship, this is telling me that sex is either used as a bargaining chip, like, well, when we reach this threshold, then we can have sex. And it's like a strategic thing. It's not organic in terms of connection, or it's indulged in way, 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 way too early. It's either withheld or just kind of overtly given way too much. It's like it can be either leaned on too heavily or it can be taken like off the table entirely, like completely repressed and hidden. And so, Dina, what I'm being shown here is the necessity of balancing out in both of your, not just you, but also this person's relationship internally to sexuality. That's the next part. Receiving sexual attention, sharing sexual energy, doing it in a way that's balanced and grounded. This connection is going to spark that for both of you very early on in the connection. And either that's going to create a lot of fear and repression, or it's going to create a lot of like indulgence without any sort of, like, hey, let's keep it exclusive, just you and me. How about we practice some safety here? Put some guardrails around this. And then for both of you internally, outside of the sexual relationship to one another, this connection and the way that you feel about each other is invoking a change in your own sexual natures. So that could be a number of things like turn on and libido shifts as a result of this connection. It could be um, your relationship and desire for sex before marriage or not. It could be routine sex. It could be things like, sexual desire completely shifting. I used to be totally submissive. Now I want to play with being dominant. Like all these different sorts of changes can really show themselves just as a result of being in connection with this person that aren't, it's like, oh, I'm now finding a new part of myself. So interesting stuff to play with there, Marissa. I would enjoy that thoroughly because it sounds like there's a lot of personal growth and development related to the second chakra that is going to allow you and this person to expand into feeling more like yourselves than you've ever been. It's going to be a very transformative process for both of you. I'm sorry I put Dina here when what I really meant was Marissa, 12/21/24. This was definitely Marissa's reading. This is Marissa's information, even though the name here is incorrect. Okay. Wanted to make sure that I clarified that before I closed out this chart. All right, Marissa, thank you. Julie, you are up. I'm going to read for Julie now. And then after Julie, it's Gisela Wendy, Kristen, Elizabeth, Mariah, Kayla, and then Pariksha in that order. And let me just see. Ananta is also now on the list. Thank you so much, Ananta. I have you. Okay. Let's see. Here we go. Julie says West Covina also. West Covina's in the house tonight. I'd love to see it. Okay. 4, 13, 2019. 4 a.m. Okay. Ah, wait, that's not what I meant to do. I meant to hit the transits. Let me hit the timer first. What must happen or focus on in 2026 to align in union energy? Great question. Uh, 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 Okay, so the work here in the divine masculine energetic fields for both of you is sixth house related work. It's acceptance and surrender of the intensity of the connection. Second, it has to do with getting your routines and your day to day lined up. I'm going to come back to and expand on that. When it comes to divine feminine energy, let me just pop on out to June. Let me see this retrograde for you. Yeah, it's 12th house. There's going to be a subconscious clean out, but that's going to be in the second half of the year. Let's come back to the early parts of the year. There's a huge focus in the divine feminine energy on career and work related stuff, mission related stuff, aligning yourself to mission in the first part of the year. And then in the second half, this is really about cleaning out some subconscious cobwebs for both of you pertaining to ideas about women, womanhood, feminine energy, and what that means. Coming back to the divine masculine, though, let's just start there. This Jupiter energy for the connection in divine masculine energy is talking about figuring out how to set up a life where you can be of greater service to others. What are the day to day routines? What are the experiences in terms of habits? How can I be of service to others without completely obliterating my sense of self? How can I do it from a place of sovereignty? How can I give to others without taking from me, but instead give from surplus or overflow within myself? And so, this is going to ask you both to deeply focus on what are the day to day habits, rituals, and routines that fill your cup, and how do you do them in such a consistent way that you have more to give to others, not just, take from the world. There are some things I'm being told for you specifically when it comes to habits, rituals, and routines that are a bit of a breakaway, and especially for your person as well, a bit of a breakaway from what people would consider quote unquote normal, or would consider like maybe even healthy or right, but they work for you and they work for your person. I'm being guided to prompt you to start letting yourself do the thing that's unconventional, but is absolutely foundational for you. This is actually going to support your person when it comes to facilitating self-acceptance, because I'm seeing that this is a bit of a work in progress for your person, is self-acceptance when it comes to their true nature. And that's, further amplified by Jupiter and Sag in the 10th for reasons I don't have enough time to explain here. But channeling wise, I'm seeing that this person has done a lot to try to do the right things in life. This is a season where the right things aren't necessarily going to yield best results. And instead, it's necessary to focus more deeply on what's right for you, not what's right by Harvard scientists, psychology, whatever. They said you're supposed to do this, even though it doesn't work for you. Well, stop doing it if it doesn't work for you. Focus on what works for you. That you doing that, Julie, is actually going to help your person start to really do a lot more self-ownership, self-possession here. Now, when it comes to this divine feminine energy in closing, after Julie, we have Gisela. Wendy, you're next. Wendy, go ahead and post your stuff. What we have here for the divine feminine energy is a deep focus on like career, visibility, accomplishing hopes, goals, wishes, and dreams, and then settling into what does it really mean to be divine feminine in the first place? Starting to really practice and look at the subconscious programming around divinity and specifically around femininity. Some of the programs that your person has regarding divine femininity are very outdated programs. The phrase I'm hearing, and this may not be what they outwardly express, but I'm certainly seeing certain internal aspirations for this trad wife expectations. And I'm being shown that there is a need to release that and really focus on how women who are healthy are showing up in the third dimension in present time, because some of them don't fit that, but they're healthy for him. And so, really getting into this place of eyes open, like, where did I get that idea from? Why did I have that idea? What should I be focused on? What's feminine in me that I can accept? And likewise, same for you. I'm not seeing you have any such, like, maybe you do. I'm seeing you have some, but some of you, both of you are releasing an extraordinary amount of traditional archetypes and prototypes out of your consciousness concerning women and femininity that's actually holding union back at this time. There's a need to really honor where you've been and what you desire, but also where life is and what it requires of you to meet it in present time in a way that is self honoring. And so that's going to be the work of the second half of the year for you too, Julie. Okay, that's what I have. Thank you, Julie. Gisela. Wendy. Okay, here we go. Okay, Wendy is from La Paz. Olivia. After Wendy, we have Kristen, and then Elizabeth, and then Mariah. Okay, 6/27, 1981, 4. Okay, cool. Here we go. That's not what I meant to do. Timer hit. Let's go. What do I need to know for my greatest good? There are 2 men in my field. Not surprising. Gemini 7th house, which I have children with. I don't know which one is my twin flame. All good, Wendy. You don't have to know in order to grow. So let's get into it. First of all, I love that you're focusing on growth here. There's a lot of enlightenment that's about to show up for you as Uranus steps into Gemini. It may start with chaos, it may start with confusion. Ooh, I can't wait to hear about Mr. Billy. That may create a little bit of uncertainty and destabilization when it comes to both men, because what's about to happen for you personally as Uranus steps into semi-sextile to your sun and is presently semi-sextile to your Mercury is this sense of awakening that maybe neither one of them is right for you, but you've got to find a new way of connecting with them for the benefit and growth of your children and each other. There's some sort of alternative here that you're being prompted to take a look at when it comes to men and love. So, whether that's an alternative love and living style. I saw one girl on TikTok recently share that her mom and dad are divorced, but they still live together in the house that the stepdad, who mom has married, has moved into. And so there's 2 men in the house and her, and then the stepson. Um, and it's a workable arrangement for all of them. And so there's some sort of like alternative life path when it comes to love that you are being asked to take a look at, step into, and take ownership, command, and leadership of, because it's going to just be what works best at this time when it comes to these gentlemen. Now, yeah, for a while, that's how we've lived. Yeah. Okay, good. So, this, for you, you may live like that with the two of them now, and then there may be like a third man that you're like, you know what, this is the man that I love, and we just got to figure out how to make this work. That's Gemini energy. It's like it's very much in the plurality of things. Uranus in Gemini is about, it's like exponential plurality. It like multiplies exponentially. There's also some sense in here for you of, because Uranus governs the home sector, like I said, some sort of change with regard to the way the home is set up regarding love. And so I don't know how, I no, I don't know, but I'm being told you know that there's some sort of change in the setup of the home regarding the love connections in the home that has to shift. Now, whether or not that's like building an extension so that one of the guys can have, their love interest come in now that they're your ex and they're ready to move on, that woman needs to move into the house, or you know, building a separate wing so that everyone has enough space. Um, I'm not being shown what it is. I'm being told you already know what it is. That something around the way the home is set up needs to shift to optimize for people to just be able to have the sovereignty they need in love together in the home. And that this is going to actually create a release of tension for the children. Um, it's also going to help you relax in the home. And it's also going to allow the relationships to flourish the way they're supposed to. There's one of them in particular that I'm being shown right now. He may not be blonde now, but he was blondish before. Maybe he dyed his hair when he was younger, or he was born blonde as a baby and hair got dark. He has lighter hair. There's one in particular that I'm being shown is really deeply, deeply invested in trying to work things out with you for the sake of the children, all the children, but in particular his own. Um, and he's looking like your best collaborator when it comes to making changes in the home. The way that the home structurally needs to shift. This could also be a relocation or a move that needs to happen in order for this to work best for everyone involved. When he says, yeah, Jake. Okay, got it. Okay, so Jake is going to be the one who you want to have these conversations with, because what I'm seeing here with Jake is that he's a little possessive and territorial, just a tad, but Jake really is like going to be the one who wants to work alongside you when it comes to doing the best thing for all children involved. Okay. He doesn't want to see any of the kids get hurt. So when you get the epiphany about what's going to work best on the home, I've been shown you already have it. Talk Jake through it, enroll him in the vision, and then that's what's going to allow things to really start to expand and evolve between all three of you in a really positive way. Okay. That's what I have for you, Wendy. Thank you so much for allowing me to read for you and for your patience. I'm so sorry about the confusion about your name on PayPal versus your name here. Okay. Dang, Kay, you were on fire. You even got the hair right. I'm telling y'all, the channeling has turned all the way on. Like when the messages come in, they be coming in full force. Um, okay, so where's Kristen? Where's KB? Let me see, Chicopee, Mass. 5, 24. Let me see. Queen of Water, hang in there. I'm catching snippets of what I see, and I'm like really wanting to give you a big hug, sis. And just remind you this too shall pass. Okay. Kiwi is now on the list. Okay. Uh, so I have, wait, no, hang on. Where is KB? Here we go. I applied to a couple of top colleges, PhD programs for fall of 26. Hey, nice. One is on the East Coast, one's on the West Coast. How does March look for offers? Okay. It's a great question. I mean, first of all, January, February, March are frankly, I'm most excited about this 90 days for 2026. After those 90 days, I won't say I'm concerned, but I will say challenges arrive in some ways we may not have expected. So, when it comes to higher education and offers, what I love to see is this. First of all, the new moon in Capricorn and the new moon in Aquarius, both of them will be inclusive to Mercury in such a way that is speaking to new starts. With Mercury in communication, because it's the governor of your ninth house of higher education, at one of these two new moons, if not both, and I'm hearing you're going to hear back from both, one offer is going to be better than the other in terms of acceptance. Like, I don't know if they're going to like fast track you, give you some sort of like grant or student loan or something special that makes it more affordable, or put you in this like specialty tier of the program that they didn't tell everyone about, but they think that you're a great fit for. One of them is going to come in with some sort of like special offer that like sweetens the deal and clarifies the direction for you, KB. Um, what I'm seeing here is that it looks like you get answers you need prior to March, and that March is going to be more of a decision making time for you. But let's go to March. I want to see what's happening around 313. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Yeah, then we have this Mercury retrograde in March. And so it looks like you do the reflection around that period of time, but then it's like, but what I also love about this is that Jupiter is direct in the ninth house. And so I think you're going to come to clarity and conclusion fairly rapidly, and then start the process of like, okay, what do I need to do to have like boots on the ground? I'm pretty sure it's not, maybe it's, I don't mean like show up in person, but like really be entrenched in the program. What's the curriculum? What are the books that I need? Who are the other students? How do I meet them? Let me connect with people online and offline. Like I see you very quickly getting into the program that you choose March and April, like starting to hit the ground running. But it looks really good. Like I said, I do think you're going to get the decision, one in February, one in January. March is going to be your decision making time. One of them is going to sweeten the deal for you in some format. I'm not sure what it is, but there's some sort of deal sweetener that they'll have to want to have you on site with that, or like in their program. Um, Uranus conjunct Venus, that's very interesting. I don't know if you're needing to grab student loans or something like this in order to pay for the program, but I am seeing that you are going to be able to find the money you need. And it looks like it comes last minute, suddenly from an unexpected corner or individual. that's just like, and here's the money you need. There may be some sort of scrambling just a little bit around it, with the Mercury retrograde. Mm, I see you doing a little bit of like, hmm, head scratching, like, how am I going to put all the pieces together? But then it just falls into place for you. And there's, like I said, some sort of energy of like, um, out of nowhere when it comes to the financing that resolves a lot of your problems. I'm seeing that money, specifically when it comes to these two programs, is going to be a non-issue. Um, in a in in that time frame, in the way that it's not a non-issue right now. Like you may have some concerns or question marks, like, well, if I go to this program, I'm going to have to do this, and this creatively, versus if I go to that program. Coming into getting your answers from both programs, I'm seeing that you get the money that you need to not have to be so creative then shows itself. And as such, it's like, well, now I really have options. So it looks really good coming forward, Kristen. That sounds like me networking. Yeah. Decision in March, deadline April 15th. No loans, they pay for all of it. Okay, perfect. Yeah, some sort of deal sweetener then is what I expect to see here for you, Kristen, when it comes to these programs. Um, March would be interviews with the West Coast school, February is East Coast school. I see something showing up as early as January for you. Um, and so as a result of that, there's like an expedited track here. Elizabeth, you are who is next, assuming you are here and ready. I'm going to do Elizabeth, then Mariah, Kayla, Pariksha, Ananta, and Akili in that order. And then that will conclude tonight's list. Everyone will have been read for. Thank you all for being number one, patient, number two, quick, number three, on top of it with how you present the details. I really appreciate it. Okay. Really well done. Congratulations, KB. I'm so grateful for you too. I'm excited for you. KB, this is going to be an awesome next step for you. Okay, so Elizabeth says, my counterpart and I are in coaching to heal insecure attachment patterns and fears. What are my blocks to union I can work on? We started here. I was in Jeff City, Missouri. I didn't know which information you needed, so I put my birthday in the day that we started talking. All good. Okay. My fears and blocks to union. I'm being guided to look at your chart. So that's what I'm going to do. Oops. Maybe. Are there more than one Jeffs in Missouri? There's Jefferson and then there's Jetto. Okay. And then let me see. 1785. 7:55 a.m. Let me see. 9/17/85. St. Louis, Missouri. Okay, got it. Okay, and so your question here is, let me hit that timer. Fears and blocks to you. Okay, first of all, anytime I see somebody with the Aries seventh house, this is a person who is naturally a very independent person when in partnership, to such a degree that the other person may sometimes feel a little bit unwanted or left too much to their own devices, where it's like, well, does this person actually want me? Does Aries seventh house want me? Or Am I making this up in my head? I'm not really sure. And so this is telling me that one of the growth patterns for you is learning um, how to sustain selfhood while in deep connection with another person without collapse into anxious attachment or detachment into avoidance. That there's this middle ground that is a growth edge for you, Elizabeth. And I like that you're already working on attachment styles and that you're both getting coaching on it. It's a really beautiful thing. One of the other things I see here with Mars as governor of your seventh conjunct the shaman's asteroid here in Virgo is that relationships can become too healing and growth oriented at times, and that there can be an energy that is too much focused on utilizing relationships as growth ground instead of allowing the relationship to be like include growth, but also be about all the formats of sacred connection, not just exclusively growth. There's a need to find ways to also enjoy other ways of connecting, certainly physical activities and doing stuff together. But beyond that, ways of connecting that allow you both to um, have fun, be joyful, like see light and laughter in one another's eyes, make memories, experience pleasure. um there can be a real like drive to get it right and do it all in the right order. It's good, it's constructive in terms of laying foundation, but it can be suffocating because you can't be we're never not growing, but we don't always have to be in a classroom to do it. Sometimes we can also just be having fun learning each other, out in the world and having experiences together. So that's one of the things that I'm seeing here. The other thing I'm seeing as well, there's some stuff with your mom that I think you're aware of. Uh, it would be hard not to be aware of it, looking at the way your chart is set up. There's some healing that needs to happen for you personally when it comes to blocks around intensity of emotion and capacity to share and reveal when you are uh, experiencing deep, rich emotion with your person, sharing vulnerably, transparently, not needing to feel put together, being comfortable, being messy with the other person. All of this is really good stuff. What's interesting as I'm psychically looking at your connection with this person, though, they are really down for the cause, Elizabeth. Like the vibe I'm getting as I'm looking at their energy is just like they would have I don't know that they would have thought to do this sort of coaching with a partner, but they're recognizing that you want it and need it, and maybe they initiated it. I'm not sure, but it's a function of having been with you that this is unfolding for them in many ways, or has gone as far and as deep as it has for them. There's this sense with them like they can see all the limitations going on in your field and some of the behaviors. They're enthused that you're working on it, but they're really hoping and very invested in at one point she's going to relax, she's going to soften, I'm going to get to see, the soft warm side of her. This is all going to work out. It's totally going to be worth it. That this is going to be an experience where, um, yeah, what I put in, I'm actually going to get back from someone. Look how hard she's working on herself. Look how hard she's working on us. Okay, this is worth it. They're just hoping to also get to the fun with you, Elizabeth. So, make time for the fun. That's going to be a huge way that this continues to unfold and blossom really beautifully between the two of you. And that's what I'm seeing in terms of quote unquote blocks. Is just the shadow side of the Aries seventh house, and its governor Mars in Virgo in the 11th conjunct Shaman's asteroid. But if you already have this handled, I would say the real flex here isn't about looking for blocks. It's about releasing the idea that there have to be any to be worked through and just start living in the fun to begin with. Like planning fun outings, like planning for delight, planning for adventure together. This is really the next step. Okay, now we're going to do Mariah, Kayla, Pariksha, Ananta, and Akili in that order. Okay, thank you all for your patience. It's been a lot of fun to read for you guys. Let's see, yeah, I did Julie, Nicole, Dina, Marissa, Julie, did Elizabeth. Cool. Okay, where is our girl Mariah? And then Kayla, get ready. Pariksha, get ready. As soon as I'm done with Mariah, Kayla, it's going to be all you, boo. Okay, Mariah, thank you. Thank you. We are long distances. He's in Hawaii, so it's been challenging, but close to union, looking for homes in Maui. Yes, come on. Anchor that union energy in the third dimension, Elizabeth. Well done. Thanks, Kate. Is very helpful and spot on. Right on. I'm glad to hear it. Let's get into it for Mariah, who is born in Dublin, Ohio. Dublin, 8/23/2020. The meet date was there, 11:30 a.m. Okay, cool. Thank you. Mariah, how do I break the pattern? Let me start on the timer. How do I break the pattern of unbalanced emotional labor in this connection? Girl, let me tell you something. That's called you just stop doing it. This is blocking me from feeling safe to stay in connection or conflict. Yeah, it's called don't do it no more. Um, it upsets the balance of things, but then it allows things to rebalance. Um, okay. It's actually Pariksha with a P as in perfection. Um, and then Akili, yeah. Ananta. Ananta is right before Akili. Add Ananta, hope, love, and sunshine. Okay, so Mariah, look. Unbalanced emotional labor in the connection. You have a similar problem to our other friend who has the Aries seventh house here. Because you also have the Aries seventh house, Aries in its home sign in the seventh house. Listen, Aries seventh house people will stand on relationship business all day, every day, and 4 times on Sunday. They do not believe in letting things fester, letting things linger, letting things lie, letting things play out. The Aries seventh house individuals, they will take initiative the minute things begin to feel like they can't breathe or be themselves in the thing. And so some of this is learning how to not feel like discomfort is a signal that you need to take action or jump into action. Sometimes discomfort is like with the person, I mean. Sometimes the discomfort is about you learning how to take action in yourself, and the emotional labor isn't with the other person. Girl, you know I ain't dissing y'all. Come on. I'm one. We just don't like being like we don't like being like in discomfort. I get it. But here's the deal. The emotional labor isn't about fixing things between you and them. It's about your own nervous system regulation. And this is really going to, and okay, Mariah, this is where the transits come in, because Chiron and Eris and Aries are sitting and dancing, like crip walking all over your Mars right now. And so there is a real need for you to be able to be with the uncomfortable feelings, that whatever is going on in the connection outwardly stir up within you, and then the stories you tell as a result of them. Because this is how you come out of emotional labor in the connection and into personal growth and transformation. Um, Stop trying to fix what's going on between you and just start focusing on trying to observe what's going on inside of you personally. Um, don't make me come here, moon sign. Listen, girl. My moon sign is out here twerking. Let her do her thing. She is out here working. She's getting hair colors right. Okay. With Mars and Aries, it's necessary to take that initiative for observation and pause. And so, first things first, before you jump into action between you and them, I need you to start being with the body, especially because this seventh house sign is all over your sixth house, too, your physical health and well being. So, the minute you start to get stimulated in the connection, you're also going to start to biologically feel like you cannot sit still. This is when I'm gonna need you to roll out that yoga mat. I'm gonna need you to find some nervous system regulation yoga on YouTube. By the way, there's this woman named Akshaya Agnes, and she is the business. I love Akshaya Agnes's nervous system regulation yoga. There's other people who do somatic yoga, somatic breathing on YouTube. I'm gonna need you to, the minute you're like, let me call him or let me call her, let me text them, that stop, roll out the yoga mat, open up the YouTube app, and get on the floor, start moving, start breathing, start rolling around, start crying, start dealing with what gets stirred up inside of you, and before you leap into action. And that's what's going to break this pattern, is allowing you to start to observe what's unfolding interiorly and what's the story attached to that. Second, there's a resource for you that I really like. His name is Danny Ray Wright. Let me write these in the chat for you. Um, Kayla, if you could go ahead and paste your question, that would be great. You're next. Danny Ray Wright. Akshaya Agnes is on YouTube. Danny Ray Wright just started to get on YouTube, but he's mostly on TikTok. Akshaya is going to get your nervous system together. Danny is going to get your mind together, and utilizing the content from both of them, you're going to find that it's significantly easier to stop doing the emotional labor. Right now, you need to have something to turn to instead of wanting to open up the text or the call app and like, let's talk about this. I get it, Mariah, it's necessary. I'm not saying avoid it. I'm saying deal with what's in you first, and you're going to find the emotional labor balances itself out. Okay. Florida, what's that place called? McLenny. Never heard of that. Very cool. 13. Okay, let me set the timer for Miss Kayla here. What cycle is opening between us in 2026 that I can energetically embrace now? That is a really good question. So what I would say, um, ooh, y'all got a reset coming. Yeah, y'all have a really big reset and you're already in the middle of it. You probably already feel this sense of like slate clearing, going back to the beginning, like total new sort of ground thing. We see Jupiter conjunct natal Jupiter. So Jupiter is in the place that it was at the time you two met. It's a return. It happens once every 12 years. But then we see Juno coming back to the place she was when y'all met. And she's not only going to arrive there and pass it, but she's also going to do some retrograde in the sign of Aquarius too. So, what this lets me know is that the two of you are starting a brand new cycle in many, many, many ways. Oh, yeah. And then the governor of this chart, Pluto, is solidly in his new sign for the next 20 years, and that's Aquarius. Yeah, there's a lot of new energy here, Kayla. Um, Letting me know that there's like y'all are starting something completely new. And so the what's opening here is potential impossibility, like a total rewrite from source, when it comes to what's possible in this connection. And so one of the things that I would do, I'm actually being prompted to share with you, there's some prayer work that you can do to release the past. And if you haven't worked with Romania yet, I think you were part of the union workshop with us at the start of the year, were you? If you weren't, then you should be. There's some release work that you can do here when it comes to calling on your brain to release uh, the pain from your memories, release any sadness, unforgiveness, and grief that you harbor in this connection regarding this person and its unfoldments. Release any stories that you've had about this person, the connection, or yourself that stop you from seeing their highest light and the highest potential. Okay, no worries. Um, Here, this ninth house is faith, hope, and optimism. This is also where prayer, warriorship, prayer work happens, Kayla. But then we also see with Juno here, right at the cusp of third, which is communication, and fourth, which is home. This is really starting to take on an energy of like living in um, consciousness that this can be brand new. Specifically, in this, I don't often get this, but I am being shown that you can work with Mary Magdalene, that she can really help you with the purification of your memories and the purification of just cleansing all of the old and the like attachment and establishment of the old patterns between the two of you. Both of you are ready to let those go. And so you can talk to her and ask her, like, show me how to do this and do it for me. Like, cleanse my mind, purify my memories so that you can remember what was there, but you're not necessarily going to be held, bound, triggered by it anymore. Okay. So that's what I'm seeing here in terms of cycle that's opening up. It's just like a brand new one, and you can chart it whichever way you want, chartered like the ship to go where you want it to go. But it's going to take being willing to release all of the stories of the past for this to be viable. Okay. So I love to see that for you. It's a really beautiful energy. There's this, yeah, and this is now I'm channeling, I'm looking at your person's energy and yours. This is a necessary thing. I see the energy on your person's side is stale. It's an energy of this is how it's always been with Kayla. Um a used to energy. And it's not stale like bread with mold. That's not what I mean. Stagnant. Um And so, what I'm being guided to tell you about this is that they need a fresh start too. but prayer work is what's really going to facilitate it for you. You can call it prayer work, you can call it mantra work, you can call it affirmations, walking the floor, you can call it any number of things, but it's really speaking to your own mind, your own cells, your person's mind, their cells about a rejuvenation of love in the connection, forgiveness being the dominant frequency between the two of you, release of any pain and unforgiveness attached to the memories of the past, honoring the past while looking forward to the future, um, calling forward excitement to restore itself in the connection, Kayla. That's what I'm seeing for you in terms of prayer work. Okay, my love? Pariksha, it is your turn. So we're going to do Pariksha, then Ananta, then Akili, and then Susan in that order. Okay, thank you. This all makes so much sense. Okay, good. I'm really happy to hear that. Okay, Sparkles, let's do it, baby. Sparkles, Epping, UK. 8/29, 1979, 11:40 p.m. Cool. Okay, let me hit the timer. Sparkles, what's coming up for me in 2026 in terms of love, career, money? Okay, you got to pick one, baby. I can't do all three of those in a mini reading. Any other info is welcome. What do I need to do to be the best positive version of myself? Thank you. You got it. Let me know what you want me to focus on. You want me to focus on love, work, money? What do you want me to focus on? Because in a one question mini reading, I really need to tighten up the focus so that I can go deep and provide you with not just insight, but also some what to do. Okay. You let me know what's most important to you. Like, if I don't answer it, you're going to be disappointed. That's the one you want me to answer. Let me pause the timer until I hear back from you. Love. Okay, got you, baby. Um, so here's what I'm seeing for you in love. First of all, there's somebody about to re-enter your life. Um, this person is going to be heavy on your mind and in your dreams. It's going to be someone that either you had childlike times with, or someone that you knew from childhood. Sparkles, it could also be somebody, if you have kids, it could be like a baby daddy, like an ex-baby daddy, or somebody who got you pregnant. Maybe you didn't carry the child to term, and or you did and you put up for adoption, but like that kind of person. It's either somebody related to children, brings out your inner child that you met as a child, um any one of those three, somebody that has been like a manifestation partner for you, somebody that you can co-create with or that you have co-created with in the past. It's going to be somebody from one of those categories having to do with creation or children. That person's going to come back mid-year for you and really begin to show up as a co-creative partner in real time. Initially, it looks like the connection is going to be about work. It's going to be about what can we build, what can we do, what can we create. It's going to be somebody, and it could be somebody that reminds you of somebody heavily from your past, somebody new, but somebody new that it's like, oh my God, this is like deja vu because so and so used to say and do and smell like all the same things. Whoa. It's like a second coming of somebody from your past. This person shows up around the June, July, August time frame for you. And hey, Lang, no, jump on the list, girl. We good. There's three people in front of you, but yeah, jump on the list, Lang. Okay, so this is going to really support you in, first of all, this person's role when they come in is going to be to help you with your career stuff. There's going to be romantic undertones, and they may catch you by surprise, like you weren't expecting anything romantic. And then, boom, by August, September, October, love is in the air. And you're like, holy moly, I didn't see this coming. But you guys were able to manifest and create something in the process. This person also looks like it could be somebody who is slightly unusual, slightly maybe different from your norm, or if not that, brings out a different side of you. Somebody who makes you feel like a version of yourself that you really enjoy and you like, but it's like different. Like, here's a good one. Like, I don't normally think I'm a funny person, but when I get around certain friends, man, I'm a freaking comedian. Like, I'm really funny. And so it's something like that where this person brings out a side of you that you don't normally expect to see. Now, other things that I'm seeing here concerning love for you, that person's just going to show up. You don't need to do anything about it. But when it comes to solidifying love, if that's something you want, I am seeing you're going to have to be communicative about it. It could be with this person, could be with other people. You're going to have other opportunities throughout the year, but I'm seeing that one in particular is going to be significant. This Jupiter moving into your third house thing, that starts as early as March, April, May, but then really blossoms as we get into summertime. This is going to put you on notice that you really need to, like, if you want love, you're going to have to be bold and like let people know, like, hey, get it while the getting's good. I'm available for it. I'm looking for partners. Are you interested in partnership? Are you interested in me? Because I'm interested in you. You may need to be the one who asks somebody out on a date and be the communicative, bold one, is what I'm seeing here. And that's actually going to really serve you, Pariksha, in terms of making things real in the third dimension in 2026. Okay. So that's what I got. Make your feelings known, make your desires known, do it early, keep it moving, because if it's not for you, something new will certainly show itself too. Okay. All right. So that was Pariksha. Ananta, it is your turn, my love. Go ahead and post your question. And uh we have Lang. Cool. Oh no, I'm so shy to do that, girl. Do you want love in 2026 or not? You don't have to do more than just stand there. And you don't have to be an American about it, right? Because I know us Americans, mouth is always moving, ain't stuff always coming out. Sometimes we need to shut up. So you don't have to be a total American about it, Pariksha, but you don't have to do more than just stand there and hope. Oh, closed mouths do not get fed, my love. It is necessary for you to remember that old Southern adage from your American friends. Hey, Brenda Mariah. Love it. Okay, great. I'm so happy you're here. Okay. Very cool. Okay. This is your first reading with me? Ah, big hugs and big hugs to Mariah. I love it. Okay. Tarot time, I need to know where you were born and what time so that I can make a chart. Okay. I need a location and a time. 1/8/1996. Shyness and sparkle do not belong in the same sentence. Take a note from your American sister Kylie here. Kylie's trying to put you on, girl. She's trying to put you on. Like I said, you don't have to be totally American about it, but a little boldness goes a long way. Doesn't have to be total, doesn't have to be full blown American, but there's a lot between where you're at and full blown American on the spectrum that you can play with. And we are waiting for tarot time to give us a birth time and a location. After tarot time, it's Akili. Akili, get your stuff ready. Get your birth details ready. And then after Akili, it's Susan and then Elaine. Anantha, Akili, Susan, and then Elaine. You got it, Hope, Love, and Sunshine. You're doing really good. Okay. Born in India. Wow. 8 p.m. Is that you were born 8 p.m. EST? I'm imagining that's Indian Standard Time because it already, when I put in the location, it automatically jumps to that time zone for that location. So I'm trusting that 8 p.m. was the time, India Standard Time, when you were born. Please confirm tarot time. And then Akili, Sue, and Elaine, if you could kind of have all your pieces together in one, crap, sorry, I see. Okay, good. Have all your pieces together in one chat for me. That's going to help speed up the process here. Okay. Cool. So our girl wants to know, what can I do to bring us into a committed relationship? What's blocking a serious commitment? That's an interesting question. Now, that I don't exactly know, but the union energy, kind of more broadly speaking, what I'm seeing show up for you next year, first of all, there's a lot of excavation of the subconscious mind. Both you and that person are probably going to be doing something equivalent to therapy, whether it's like deep journaling and getting to know what's going on in your subconscious mind, working with a therapist, working with a coach to be able to see your patterns clearly when it comes to the way you show up in partnership. There's a lot of growth here that both you and the person are going to be doing concerning, how am I showing up? And is the way I'm showing up a match to what I want? Good example. Um, I've met women like this. They're really invested in becoming wives. They want to be traditional wives, so to speak. But the way that they're living and showing up when they meet guys in the club is not wifely at all. They're not doing anything traditional that signals, hey, I'm looking for a traditional marriage arrangement. Instead, they're looking like they're here for a good time, not a long time. So that's not you. That's just a general example to illustrate the work for 2026 is, how do my patterns, how do my thoughts, how do my belief systems align me to what it is I say that I want? Are they a match? Yes or no? And then starting the process of excavating, well, if they're not a match, why not? Where did this come from? Is this a coping mechanism? For what? Is this a survival mechanism? What trauma can I show myself I'm safe because I've survived it? These sorts of things. So that's one thing. The second thing that I'm seeing really cultivates a lot of union energy for you in this coming year. There's a new definition of feminine energy that needs to be blended with some traditional definitions. I see your internal divine feminine lives in late degrees of Capricorn. That's a very traditional divine feminine energy. However, Juno this year is going to retrograde back and forth in the sign of Aquarius. Aquarius is an energy that's all about the new, the avant-garde, the next, the quantum leap forward, the thing that we have never seen before, the untraditional, the unique. And so there's a need for you to explore your personal blend of old-fashioned girl meets modern times tarot time. What are the parts of living in the world as it is that I really just want and need to honor because they make me feel alive? They make me feel good. Maybe that's wearing makeup. Maybe it's, I don't know, like wearing pants. I don't know what's non traditional for you personally, but there is something non traditional that you are being asked to explore for yourself that is you're going to need to find a way to blend that with your desires for traditional relationship, because I do see there's this mix that you have. Your partnership asteroid Juno is in the sign of tradition. That's the kind of person that you feel safest with to settle down with and marry. But your relationship house is governed by the sign of non tradition. That's Aquarius. And so there's certain non traditional things you absolutely need to have in order to have a long term commitment. There's a need to blend the modern and the old, the ancient and the new, the traditional and the rule breaking in your own unique way, tarot time. There's a need to do that in your own unique way that's actually going to kick off and signal partnership in the right ways for you and your person. Now, if this person is your right person, you stepping into this energy is really going to catalyze the connection to begin solidifying. It's going to catalyze magnetism between the two of you to start to deepen, assuming that this is the person that you want. Now, if you're harboring any sort of, oh my gosh, I'm too scared to put this part of myself out there, women like that, I've been ashamed of them or ashamed of that part of myself, you will see this person reflect that shame back to you in 2026 with rejection or questioning you or doubting you. And it's not because they actually do not like those things. It's because it's a projection of your own shame and fear and doubt coming back to you for you to heal. Okay. And for you to own. So this is the work of 2026. It's a deep dive on the stories you have around love and partnership and your patterns. And then it's about really starting to embody your unique flavor of tradition and new. Okay. That's what I have for you, tarot time. That's what's going to activate more union energy for you. Now we have Anantha. You have to let me know how that resonates for you. Anantha's up. After Anantha, Akili, then Sue, then Elaine in that order. I'm here with you guys for as long as you want. If anyone's still here and has a second question, I'm happy to answer that. He's who I want, but we're not consistently together. Thank you for the clarity. You're welcome. I hope that was helpful for you. I'm here with you guys for as long as you want. If somebody wants to ask a second question, you can absolutely do that. Now would be the time to get on the list. And yes, do what Kylie said. Please like the video. That is always very helpful for all of us. Thank you so much for that. Oh, you are Anantha. Okay, Anantha. We're good. Okay, Akili, thank you. Not all. Nine, 15, 2007. 4:51 a.m. Thank you so much, Kylie. I like your rhymes. They're so fun. Okay, let me read Achilles' question and reset my timer. Here we go. How can I overcome this separation to bring my union with Gary? Okay, so I don't know specifically your story with Gary. Oh, girl, but what I can say, Achilles or boy, I don't know. You tell me your pronouns. What the first thing I'm really picking up about Gary, though, is there's a lot of guilt in Gary's energy. Whoo, I don't know what Gary did or how Gary did it. It's like guilt and anger or guilt and resentment in Gary's energy. And it's mixed up with a little self-righteousness as well. Um, okay, so I'm also being told you've been told by your guides that for now, Gary needs to stay right where he is, Achilles. Fucked up shit. Okay, got it. Ah, okay, got it. Okay, yeah, I don't know what he did, but I do see he knows it wasn't cool what he did. He feels a little self-righteous. He feels it's not defensive, but just that he feels like, well, what else was I supposed to do? Um, yeah, the guidance team, they're like very much like, no, no, no. This pause is useful for them. They actually need to be on timeout, is what they're telling me. That Gary needs to sit right where he is, like let him cook for a minute. Um, why? What's going to support her or Achilles? What's going to support Achilles? Um, there's a much deeper level healing going on when it comes to presence with self, significant presence with self that Gary's going through right now. Gary hasn't been listening to his own inner guidance. There's been a lot of running to and fro, like trying to do a whole bunch of stuff, like for other people, do like check things off the list. Like he's been too responsive to the third dimension and its demands and not personally accountable enough to his own needs, his own goals, his own dreams, his own heart. Like there's separation from self here in Gary. It's a mirrored separation in self that you have, but it's not the same. You have a different type, but his separation from self is part of what's caused some of the behaviors you've seen that he needs a minute to come back to himself. He needs a minute to deal with himself um before he can come back to you. Okay, so that's the channel portion that came in strong. That's the strongest impression I've had of any partner without looking at the chart all evening. Okay, so what I'm seeing here is that for you personally, there's an excavation about to take place, Jupiter in the 12th house, where your psychic powers concerning this connection are about to ramp up hundredfold. Jupiter as the governor of your seventh house of commitment and partnership, landing in your 12th house of psychic activity and intuition. You've already had a lot of psychic impressions, maybe even a dream or two that have revealed certain things to you, Achilles, concerning Gary and this connection. Things that you didn't want to see. I'm seeing some of them are fears played out before your eyes. And it may not have been while you were asleep, but just kind of daydream and ruminating, like worst case scenarios type of stuff. Whatever it is, it's not as bad as you think. And you're about to get greater clarity about some of these things coming in 2026. But when it comes to, I literally thought I was going to see him, then passed him on the road. Yeah. That psychic thing is about to ramp up big time for you, and it's going to come even more intense as we get into 2026. Yes, that has happened in my dreams. Okay. Don't believe the worst case scenario is what I'm being guided to tell you here, because that's not helping the connection. It's actually feeding separation between the two of you. This Jupiter energy, let me just see natal Jupiter. Yeah, it things are going to come back together. This isn't going to stay like this. Look to the second half of next year, and specifically the summer of 2026. A lot of communication shows up, but I'm being told there's a lot of pride and ego that has to get put down on both sides of the connection for it to really work. That respect cannot be more important than love here. And as long as it is, the two of you are going to be locked in a power struggle. That's what I'm being shown and told to tell you. And that's, listen, I'm not telling you to tolerate disrespect. That's not it. But to understand that some of the behaviors that are showing up aren't about respect or disrespect. They're about pain and wounds and lack of self consideration on his side. And this is why the behaviors are showing up in the way that they are, because he's struggling in his own connection to himself. And it's not even about you to respect you or disrespect you. And as long as you're caught up in consciousness around respect and disrespect, you're never going to be able to get to the part where love heals this and brings it together. Okay, that's the message I have for you. And this, if there's silence or separation right now, the team is being very loud about the fact that, yeah, y'all need some time. Um, Sue, it's you, baby. It's your turn. We're gonna do Sue now. Um, and that having the time is really going to allow you to calm down, soften, regulate nervous system, expand your perspective, him to calm down, reconnect to himself and see like I'm playing myself out here. I'm not even trying to play Akili. I'm just playing myself. Okay. Akili says, wow, thank you. Okay, did that hit? Was that accurate for you, Akili? Because it was a whole bunch of information that they were like, let's Kate, tell Akili this. Make sure Akili knows this. Okay, 6/21, 1973, 5:45 a.m. Brooklyn, 6/21/73, 5:45 a.m. Yeah, yes, very much so. And I already knew a lot of this deep down. Yeah. Okay, good. Yeah, listen, Akili, that's what they were telling me. They were telling me like Akili already knows this. We've already told Akili this, and this. So, okay, amazing. So let me get into this for Sue. Sue says, let me start the timer. I recently met and started dating someone who feels like a fated partner. How can I nurture this potential union? Sue, I love it. This is so good. I'm not surprised because you have had Jupiter cross over your South Node this past year. Bruh, all my life. Yeah, that's what they told. They were for real about you, Akili. They were like, listen, okay, like snatch Akili a little bit, like snatch Akili's wig. Akili needs to like know that we clock Akili game right here. We see Akili. Okay, so Sue, this is what past person, faded connection, 100%. Like I see it here for you, Sue. Oh yes, and a retrograde trine to your verdicts point. They not only is it a fated connection, but came in at a fated time. And thank God it was an easy time and not a difficult time. So I love this for you. Um, how you can nurture this, let's take a look. Because I definitely see it's recent. Natal Saturn, 24 degrees Gemini. Okay. Well, first of all, um, where is Juno? Oh yeah, she's in the house of surrender. 11-8. Oh, girl, that's even juicier. Thank you. Girl, you got that psychic hotline. You got that psychic hotline with my brain. How'd you know that's what I wanted to see, girl? Psychic hotline. Mm-hmm. 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 We got Juno return. We got Jupiter Venus conjunct. Used to call me on my cell phone. Okay, this is looking really good, Sue. What I'm going to tell you, number one, is you need to let it unfold. There may be some little part of you that is like, I want to lean in, I want to double down, I want to tell them all the things, I want to share with them like everything, like this, everything in its right time. This is already on track. This isn't going to go the way other love things have gone for you to before. This isn't about growth and like karma and healing. This is about longevity and allowing the unfoldments. This is about someone you can build with, being present for the building and letting things build. I really love to see this, Sue. The biggest piece of growth I can see here when it comes to love is just being really vulnerable in your expression of emotion in real time, being transparent, but not only that, surrendering to the flow of this, that there's going to be days where y'all connect and days where both of y'all are busy. Don't set aside your life. Don't set aside your routines. Don't set aside, the things that make you feel whole and make you feel you. Do them, but also make space in your life for this person in a way that doesn't lean into self erasure, collapsing, codependence, anything like that. I'm seeing that this has been a problem in the past where it's like this all or nothing energy, Sue. And I'm not seeing this in the chart, but I am channeling it this sort of all or nothing way that for just reasons in your life, it's like I'm all the way in and I'm consumed with you and by us, or I'm a little bit here and not here, open to it, but not really, this sort of thing. This is going to challenge you to hold a coherent center in connection in a way that it's going to feel a little bit hot. It's going to feel a little bit too bright for the eyes, a little blazing for the heat's going to feel a little bit hot, a little bit spicy. This is a good thing because this is challenging you to learn how to stay vulnerable in the midst of day to day's uncertainty while building connection. This actually has the potential to go an extremely long way because of the way this came in on 11-8. Saturn trine Venus, Jupiter conjunct Venus. We have your Juno return here. And there's semi-sextile to the governor of your seventh house from the expander. So I would love to see you take this one step at a time. Know that I don't see this going anywhere anytime soon, but just take this one step at a time. Okay. It looks really, really, really good. Um, and you probably have already felt some of the confrontingness of not slipping back into old patterns, releasing old patterns from childhood and family. Um, Elaine, go ahead and put your details in the chat for me. You're next. But yeah, this is really speaking to releasing a lot of that old stuff so that you can live in everything you've learned with somebody who is really ready to benefit from you having cultivated the best of you in the last chapter. So, Sue, I love it. Woo, girl, email me. I want juicy details. I want juicy details. Email me, Sue. I am so curious because to have met on this date, giving your chart is so good. A lot of potential for long term there. A lot of good potential. And while we are waiting on Ling, I will just say that I'm looking at your person's energy, Sue, and this looks very mutual. They do seem like they are a busy person, like they have a lot going on. They look to be a bit like a community connector, like a bit of a nexus type of person. Um, they kind of always have people around them or on the go or like commitments and things to do, but they look just as excited about you as you are about them. So you've mentioned so many of our keywords: letting things unfold in due time, vulnerability, foundation building. Thank you for reminding me to slow down and releasing old stuff with family now. Yeah. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. Good stuff. Okay. Langy Lane. Tomorrow, I'm going to do my annual tarot spread based on new moons. What can you recommend, theme, or focus as of December 19, 2025 to further develop my relationship with CP? Use any chart or just. Okay, fine. Yes, very busy. A connector. Yeah, they look like a connector, Sue. Okay. So let me. Okay, Mariah wants a second question. So, Mariah, you're going to be right after Elaine. So, hang tight. I'm going to do Elaine and then we'll come back to you. Um, Further develop relationship with CP. Let me look at your meet date, Elaine. Elaine, if you could tell me where y'all met. I think it was Montreal, if I recall correctly. Yeah, okay, got it. Thank you. Mm-hmm. Elaine. Okay, first of all, let me tell you that day on the park bench, he can't stop thinking about it. That like the what you said, the way you said it, the way you looked, what you were wearing, how you smell, like all the things. He cannot stop replaying that day on the park bench. Um, he hasn't had a lot of time to think about it for reasons, like there's just been so much other stuff going on. But now, as of midnight last night, Elaine, thoughts have turned. Like now that business is like put to bed for the year, and I see the two of you still have outstanding business to close, like stuff that you need to do, and you kind of know what you need to do for the early parts of next year and when they need to do it. But now that like there's like a big chunk of the work kind of done for now, he has been thinking, girl, like thinking. Like he was not expecting that this was a road that was open or available. It just hadn't, it was unfathomable. And he is now starting to be closed out on 2 of 6 deals. Yeah. Yeah. I'm seeing this thing here where he's very much like, I see what needs to happen, but for right now, period on sentence, work related, let's open up the browser tab called Elaine in my house. So it's woo, girl. Yeah, he's had some thoughts about what's possible now that he's about to close out with the company and is starting to work his way into his next chapter. Obviously, he wants these deals to close and he doesn't want to close them with anybody but you, but he is already starting to look past this chapter, and in his vision beyond this chapter, Elaine is included, and like, oh, okay, so now that this is off the table, we can put this on the table. Okay, so now let me look at the charts. um yeah, I love this. So Christine, you're going to be after Mariah and Elaine. um So let's get into this. I love to see Jupiter here. What do we have going on for Juno? Natal Juno here, natal Jupiter there, Jupiter here. Okay. So you probably caught it because we worked together on this, but Juno's going to retrograde over in here's about in the Aquarius section of this chart. And so that's where natal Aquarius is. There's a resurgence of divine feminine energy. This is going to facilitate for both of you the sense of new receptivity to one another and the connection. It's almost going to feel like a fresh start after you get past these deals. I don't know what he's told you about timeline, and he's in conflict about it. I see he wants to, in an ideal world, be out by July, June, July. But if something juicy comes up before that time period, he's liable to be like, one more time for old time's sake, Elaine. Like, can we close this one too? Because he loves working with you. But that being said, I see timeline wise, he is officially trying to like transition into the next chapter come July. Now, that being said, both of y'all have work stuff on the brain all year long with Jupiter in this particular sector of the sky. Work and money stuff all the way up until this time next year. There's all sorts of work and money stuff for y'all to be working on and doing. Nevertheless, the recent change in your circumstance is what has him like, oh, she's walking and talking, and the walking and the talking are lined up. Like he's now like, he's in the catch up, the catch up phase. He's catching up, and it's really cool. So to develop this, my counsel for you is continue to work on all the work related things that you've been working on. See if you can find time together to spend at home, either over the summer when all children will be at summer programs and camps, and the two of you can do some sort of like getaway, or like him in your home, you in his home, y'all spending time together in the homes, or renting a home and playing house for a little while in like the mountains or something like that. I'm seeing a little bit of playhouse here between the two of you in the summer, and then during the Juno retrograde, so June, July, August, that time frame. That is going to allow the both of you to really start to see, okay, this is a thing. It's really real, and we can really do this. Now, I do see that this may really come at your behest, Elaine. Something that you put on the table, of course, pending that work stuff isn't in the way as the priority. Because, like I said, he wants to transition, but the hunter in him is just not done. This man is not done. He thinks he's done, but I'm seeing it in his energy that he cannot give up the work. he's tired, but he's not able to like if something juicy comes up, he's going to want to run it with you. So, there's time here. And as soon as the work is done, it's like, great. So, do you want to quit? If you want to quit, we can do life together now, right? We want to start that foundation we talked about. Like, there's room in 2026 to start talking about dreams as Jupiter gets nearer and nearer to Leo in the 11th house here. Mariah, go ahead and post your question. I'm wrapping up here with Elaine. But yeah, room to talk about what could things look like in a best case scenario. And these are the kinds of things I would encourage you to ask him in your quiet moments together. Like when you guys have like dinner or something over the holidays, I would ask him like, all right, so what's best case scenario look like once we hit and close number six? Like what's your dream life at this point? So I would start to ask him these sorts of questions and just let him start to vision it. He's going to see you in it personally and professionally, like romantically, no matter which way he slices it. He may not convey the romance part just yet, but it's always in this man's energy. He has been thinking about you. And all I can say is have some fun over the holiday because it looks really juicy. The energy looks really nice. Enjoy. And I know we have time coming up soon on my calendar, so I'm happy to elaborate on what I was seeing there. I don't know. Why do I get the feeling though that you two are going to be working this holiday? Like y'all are going to work all the way up to like the 23rd and the 21st. And then on the 26th, you guys are going to be talking about work stuff. And then after that, like the following week, it's like holiday schmoliday. Like, why do I feel the two of you have already intended to work a lot of this? Like quietly in the background. Okay, so Dublin, Ohio, 8/23, 2020, 11:30 a.m. Let's get it. Mariah's second question. I do. It's called Jingle Bells and Hearts. I love Jingle Bells and Hearts. December 31st, one more deal closes. Okay, yeah. That's probably why I'm like, okay, these two, they're taking time off, but it's like not real time off. It's like fake time off because they both love to work. They love the work. They love the work. They love each other. They just get things done. That's what I'm seeing here. Maybe you guys will have like a working lunch to a working dinner one of these days. I don't know, but I'm seeing like it's romance and work and it's all together and it's very juicy. I like it. Let me hit the timer for Mariah. Mariah asks, what is needed in our connection for reconciliation? That is a beautiful question. First of all, the planets have already laid this out for you with Jupiter square the natal Venus and then Saturn and Neptune square that. Um, thing number one is like just first of all, fifth house, manifestation and creation. This is really interesting about manifesting and creating from a place of shedding, from a place of releasing, just sort of like old constructs of what union can be. That's what I'm being told for you. That was the manifestation before, and it's not working. There's this idea about what he should be, what you should be, what the connection should be, um, all of that. And I have Christine, make your life a work of art. I see you here. Um, Interesting. Yeah, I see you here, Christine. Yeah, this is very interesting. There's a maturing out of Make your life a work of art. Hang on one second, baby. Let me finish with Mariah. But there is this thing that I'm seeing here. You're maturing in your construct, and so is he, of what love, marriage, and commitment look like. And so the reconciliation is going to come from a place of recognizing that some of why things fell out before was because they were nourished by ego structures and systems that no longer have a place, given the way that both of you have grown spiritually and emotionally as a result of loving each other. The love is real, it's there on both sides. This is going to be about starting with connection without expectation, is what I'm being told. Um, no expectation spoken for union, no expectation spoken for friendship, no expectation spoken for romance. Just, I'm sorry, you matter. I want you in my life and I want to be in yours. Can we stay connected? And then just letting it start to unfold from there. And then really being in the present. Now, on his side, what I'm seeing is that's in brightening to his spirit, Mariah, or her spirit. I'm seeing this spirit hear that communication and go, oh, wow, cool. That feels good. Yeah, I'm a yes to that. On your side, I'm seeing it bring up a whole bunch of anxieties and what ifs. Other women being one of them. What if it's only ever just friendship? Then I want more. When does it get to Union K? Is what I'm hearing in my head from you. The jump off point just needs to be we can connect with presence without going into the head and then the head wanting to put all these parameters on the connection. Just experience the connection, is what I'm seeing the guidance team really speak to here for you. And so, if you're willing to just experience the connection, um, this is what's going to allow things to run their natural course into not just reconciliation, but also union. The connection itself really knows what to do here. It's really, I'm watching you and this person, you two are stumbling. Um, and so coming back here into the chart, the work here is about taking it slow, releasing and forgiving the past, getting out of not good enough stories, because I see both of you are running those narratives. I'm not good enough. Well, it'll never work out. This sort of thing. Let that go. You guys were guided to each other. You're magnetized to each other. The love is very mutual. You both want to be connected. Let that go. Let the past go and come into I like you like me. We enjoy each other. I'm sorry. I want you in my life. Can we be connected? Period. It's very simple. The way, like almost I'm being shown almost the way like 5-year-olds or 4-year-olds would do it. Let it be soft, gentle, straightforward, and then the connection just shows you guys from there, Mariah. Okay, that's what I have for you. Really beautiful. Thank you, Mariah. Okay, make your life a work of art. It's your turn. Let me just see. Okay, cool. All right. You're welcome. Did that resonate for you? Um, How'd that land for you, Mariah? Interesting. If I get a second question, would you be able to tailor it to the specific person that I'm with? That depends. Why don't you tell me the question before you pay and we can work it out in the chat before you pay me anything. And then we can see, what I can do for you. That hit deep. You said it. It's just scary to trust. Yeah, Mariah, I get it. But that's the work. Like the brain thing, and hang on, make your life a work of art. Let me say this to Mariah because it's not just Mariah. I see a few of you in the chat really struggling with this. That thing that happens in the brain, like, I don't want a connection without a direction. I don't want a connection that doesn't land at my personally defined final destination. I don't want to connect with you unless I know it's going to go exactly where I want it to go. That thing has a lot of it's creating a lot of blockages in a free flowing river between you and your person where they're constantly feeling like a failure, and this is specific to you, Mariah, like they can't get it right. um and you're constantly feeling let down. But when you release off of it these expectations and allow the connection to be beautiful and organic and flowing and clear and fun and loving, and we like to spend time together, so let's just do that. When you relax into that space, your connection specifically just collapses into union, Mariah. It just doesn't even pass go. It does not collect $200. It goes directly to union. But it's really about letting go of expectation and demand energy. Okay. And that's a kind of a message for everyone. Okay, let me come in to make your life a work of art. Wondering if this man will ever take the leap. That I can't tell you. Um, yeah, so this is an example of the kind of question that I cannot answer. Make your life a work of art. I don't know. I don't know. I can look more at this from like an energetic perspective and like how you can cultivate union energies. I can look at it from the perspective of um what's the shadow that you're each being asked to work on in 2026 to get out of separation. I can look at it from the perspective of um what energy do I need to be in for, on at least on my side, for union to unfold. I can look at those things, but just kind of like, what's the other person going to do and when they're going to do it? That's the kind of question I really can't necessarily answer. If it comes through, it comes through. But a lot of times I don't always see that. Um, Sometimes I see stuff like that, but not always. And so I never want to guarantee that coming into a read with someone. Uh, where we're at or compatibility. Mm, you guys met 20 years ago. Wow, I love that. A 20-year connection. That's really special. You guys have really already pretty much done life together. So that's really beautiful. All right, so I'm gonna, since this is like really, let's see what else you have to say. Any insight for me? Yes, it's okay. I've been trying to figure it out myself for ages. Can't tell from his chart because he should be going for it. I can't speak to that, but what I can speak to is Christine. Let's take a look at your chart. 5/13/85, and you were born in New Jersey. Yeah, because Christine, that thing, the he should be going for it thing is exactly the thing I was just explaining to Mariah. Like that sort of expectation energy. In Mariah's case, it's actually creating a lot of problems. Now I don't know if that's the case for you. You may need to tune into your intuition. We're going to look here in a minute, but it's really important to like, and let me back up out of what I was just about to say. New Jersey. Okay. 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 What his needs are in connection. I understand my work better. Thank you. You're welcome, Mariah. I'm really glad that I was able to be so clear in connection with him to give you clarity about what was going to serve you in your side of the connection. So good. Okay, so any insight for make your life a work of art? Let's just see. She wants to be in committed relationship. Okay, first things first. Anytime I see the Aquarius seventh house, I'm always seeing somebody who's got something non-traditional going on in relationship. Now, non-traditional does not have to be anything weird or unusual. It could just be something that's literally that, like not traditional. Like a woman being a breadwinner is not traditional. Living separately but being married, not traditional. Being in a throuple, not traditional. Somebody was on here earlier and it was her current husband, and her ex-husband all living in the same house with all the kids. Not traditional. Um, you could be into kinky stuff, BDSM, not traditional, but absolutely under the Aquarian umbrella. So it could be anything. But I see something non-traditional here, specifically having to do with either kids, creative work, offspring, manifestation. For you, the frequency that you need to be in when it comes to love coming together is really honoring that unique thing in you that you want in partnership. Now, I don't know what that is. Um, trying to see if they're going to show me, but I'm not. I'm being told that you don't even know what that is. That you had a taste of it and a touch of it many years ago with a partner, but that's as far as it went. But she liked that thing, and if she were to own that, that would put her in the right frequency for union. Interesting. So you're gonna have to reflect on that because I'm not in your life, and that's all they're willing to show me and tell me. But it was something. It would have been like a short-lived sort of partnership many, many, many years ago. I'm seeing something that was like a 3-month thing. It was non-traditional, but it was right for you. And I'm seeing it made you feel really right when you had that experience. But there were so many other things about the person and the timing that was just like it was a mismatch. But that one thing was right, and you need to go back to exploring whatever that is. Now, the other thing here is Saturn in Scorpio, in the fourth house. There's some structure needing to be applied and some healing to toxic patterns from childhood. No idea. Yeah, I don't know either. It's going to hit you in the shower like tomorrow. Um, Okay, interesting. Yeah, that's what I'm seeing, like 20 some odd years ago, something like that. Um, there's some, and you've already done a lot of this work, is what I'm being told, Christine, that there's some toxic patterns from childhood that have not served you, and you've done a lot of work to heal them. Um, that there are sometimes some things about this person that bring they poke at your wounds, girl. They poke at your wounds, is what I'm being shown. It's like they dig certain things about things he does, things he says, ways he communicates, ways he does not communicate. It just kind of digs in there a little bit. And so I'm being shown that one of the best things you can do is begin the process of taking the next deeper cut at releasing your family's patterning concerning love and relationship. That there's a huge transcendence you're meant to do in this lifetime concerning love, like transcending the family dynamic, the family pattern. But something about the way the two of you interact keeps you locked in it, not necessarily always behaviorally, because I'm seeing you have dialed in enough personal restraint to know when to stop on the outside. But on the inside, man, does this stuff sling you back. Like it stirs up old feelings. And then there's also the love that's also very healing to those old feelings. You're going to have to come out of this process where he stimulates the old childhood stuff. The love heals it until you get stimulated again. Because right now, the connections top function is helping you heal the childhood stuff. And it's really, really necessary to find another healing arena for the family and childhood programming, that so that the connection can be relieved of this burden and this duty. Okay. Um, that's what I'm seeing here for Make Your Life a Work of Art. That there's this cycle and pattern that the connection is a little bit trapped in until this thing where it's like the family stuff has another outlet. It needs to plug in someplace else. It's not wrong that this stuff gets triggered with him. It just can't keep getting resolved and solved with him. And you need a therapist, a coach, a group, some somatic healing. I'm seeing some hypnosis will work, some EMDR will work. I'm seeing a few different things, some breath work, Al-Anon maybe. I don't know if there was addiction in the family when you were growing up, but I'm seeing some level of needing to more directly not let the connection be only like hold so much space for your family healing. It needs to also hold space for itself, for you and this person connecting. Make your life a work of art. So that's what I'm seeing. And if you can pull that in 2026, I'm seeing it's going to take a minute because you've been this process where it's the connection stimulates you and the family stuff, and you start to work on it, and then the love comes in, and then you transcend it, and then the connection stimulates you again. This cycle has been going on a long time. So it's going to take a little bit of habituated foundation to pull your family stuff offline from the connection so that the connection can breathe again. Because right now it's just getting so smothered. A lot of inner child work happening here for sure. Career stability stuff right now in my life too. Self-worth for me has been tough to feel safe with foundations and home. Yeah. And the connection has been doing a lot of heavy lifting for you concerning these issues you just listed here, where the connection has been saving and healing and resolving and a guiding light, a North Star, and reminding you of who you are. Not the person, but the love itself has been healing a whole bunch for you. Um, this healing also needs other structures and support so that the connection isn't smothered by it. Okay. That's what I'm seeing here for you, Christine. Let me just double check what's happening and I haven't missed anybody on the lists. Nope. I got all the good Judies. Okay. Let me plug this phone up so she doesn't die. I'm going to be right back because my phone's got 3% battery. Even though he hasn't been talking, he's always been my biggest cheerleader all my life. Interesting. Yeah. If you want him to be husband, then he'll still be your biggest cheerleader, but you need to make room for him to be a husband too, not just your cheerleader, by having other outlets for support that are strong, deep, entrenched, and your first go to. Okay. That's what I'm seeing here. Okay, Kylie. What's happening here in the chat? AM Westmoreland says, are you able to see other answers to a chart that you've already read for tonight? Or what you conveyed is all that was seen? I am able to see other answers for a chart, but probably not on the same question. You might need to ask a different question so that I can look at other things. Um, okay. So Tarot Time says, thank you, Kay. My initial question was, how can I overcome this separation to bring in union? The answer was regarding general preparation for a union, but now I would ask what would be needed for reconciliation towards a committed relationship, overcoming separation with Jay. Interesting. You're welcome. Make your life a work of art. I'm so happy I got to read for you. If you want to ask that question, the chart that I would ask you for would be the meet date chart for you, Tarot Time 222. I would ask for that meet date chart to tune into that. So if you want to pay, we can look at that, Tarot Time 222. And I can give you some guidance on that. Uh, AM Westmoreland says, is this one you'd be able to answer? Are there any times in 2026 that show reconnection, reconciliation for this connection? I can look at that. The charts do show when energies open up for connection, communication, reconciliation, and union. But I'm going to be honest with you. So many times I tell people about those dates only for them to come back to me and then tell me the date came, but nothing happened. I'm like, okay, well, what'd you do? Nothing. Did you reach out? No. Did you unblock them? No. Did you call them? No. Did you text? No. Did you slide into their DMs on Instagram? Well, they watched my stories. Well, did you respond and say, hey, stop watching my stories? Watch me in real life. Let's hang out? No. The number of times I have seen the universe pass people the ball and people fumble repeatedly is insane. So I would say, given, I think, Tarot Time, you were the one that I specifically said, or maybe it was Pariksha. I think it was Sparkles. It was Sparkles. It wasn't you. So never mind on that. But yeah, if you want to look at that, we can. But I just want to be really clear. These planets will throw the party. But baby, you got to put on that dress, them earrings, that lipstick, and go. So it's up to you. Um, you can't look at his chart. No, I won't do that. Not in a public forum like this. I would do that in a private read. It's one thing for you to put your personal information online. It's something different for his personal information to be out here. At least for now, I'm not being guided to work that way. So, um, what I can channel, I can channel. That's different, but I'm not being guided to work that way in this particular moment. And Westmoreland says, I was more wondering if it was even possible at this point due to the separation. I mean, everything's possible. But here's a piece of guidance my team gave me years ago. They were like, listen, um, I'm doing my best to take actions, looking forward to actions to take. I get it. I get it. This is actually something like if you want me to look at that person's chart, like the best thing to do would be to book a private reading with me. Like let's do some one-on-one time where I can like hear your story, understand what happened, and get a more direct contact with this person's energy, and then look at where they're at in their life focus wise by the planets, and then look at where you're at focus wise, planet wise, and then we can really line up from the new and the full moons and the retrogrades of next year. What are the best times? But here's the thing my guides told me, and if you want to do that, you can. Um, there's still 2 spots, maybe 3 one-hour spots left on my calendar for relationship readings. Just use that code holiday20 and it'll allow you to take 20% off. And then we can spend an hour, deep dive, really comb through it so that you're not left with partial answers. And we can look at like work and money for you and home and school for you in 2026 so that your whole life is kind of set up. But that's the code. That's the link. Kylie just put it in the chat. That's what I would recommend, especially if you want to look at somebody else's chart. Um, and yeah, it's always possible with separation to come back into reconciliation. Timing isn't the key piece of it, though. The key piece of it is forgiveness and openness to connection and willingness to let go of the past. Willingness to not have, not pick up right where you left off, but instead pick up with a clean slate. That is the thing that really dictates whether or not separation is overcomable. And here's something when it comes to no communication, my team told me, and this is what I was building up 2 years ago. They said, okay, you need to tell them if they get a red light or a yellow light to stop. Like, don't run past people's yellow lights or red lights just because they're anxious and they want to communicate and know what's going on. Like, and a red light is very clearly, don't call me, I'll call you. A red light is you got blocked. A yellow light is when somebody starts slowing down communication. They start lengthening the time between responses and talking on the phone with you. Um, or they start giving you these sort of like, oh, I don't know, vague responses about next communication, next hangout, this sort of thing. These are yellow lights. There's something happening on their side where they're not feeling like they can have as much openness to connect as you might feel in your enthusiasm. In red lights, you just stop because I don't want none of y'all going to jail for no stalking. Yellow lights, you can inquire like, hey, I'm noticing insert ABC behavior. I don't want to push and I don't want to pry, but I love being connected to you. Is there, um, and I'd love to connect more. Are you feeling open to that? Or would you prefer some more space right now? And then just let them talk. Like, let them tell their truth. That their truth in that moment doesn't deny or like smash down the reality of the intensity and the depth of the connection. It's there on both sides, it's there, but some people need to digest it and integrate it in different ways. So that's what I have on communication and separation. But in terms of reconciliation, where something has been broken, that's a forgiveness job, and that can really happen anytime. The stars can help, but like I said, the number of times I have seen God's stars pass people the ball and they fumble it is astounding to me. Even myself, even me, I fumble my own ball. So yeah, I just, I want to clarify that. Um, let's see. Let me see what else is happening. Make your life a work of art says, yes, I might really need it because I'm losing it that he refuses to talk to me, but really loves me and communicates through weird methods. I would say that's a good thing for a reading then, because then I can pull out my cards. I can really take my time to channel in and really make sure I'm communicating clearly what's unfolding, why it's unfolding, all of that. AM Westmoreland says, are you able to do the relationship readings if I don't have the exact date and time we met? Yes, I am. As long as you have their birth date and time and your birth date and time, we can look at things like the compatibility, things you're both learning, changes you're both being guided to make. We can look at what's the overlap and cycles between the two of you, AM Westmoreland. Absolutely. We can 100%. A lot of people don't have the day of first meeting, and that's okay. We still see the majority of things that people want to know inside of the individual charts to the first place. So that's totally fine. Um, Make your life a work of art says, mine is just afraid. He speaks only in song. Interesting. I am dreaming of a united Christmas, just like the ones I used to know. Kylie, I think that is my favorite one yet. I too am dreaming of a united Christmas. That would be so nice. What I would give to go back to Christmas 2014, 15, 13, although maybe not. Them years were rough. You know what? Let me be quiet. AM Westmoreland says, yeah, I have a red light situation. It was red on both sides for a while, but I don't want to purposely reach out if I'm not supposed to because the energies aren't open to that. Well, energies, synergies. If this person told you don't contact me, then don't contact them. Regardless of what the energies say, if they said don't reach out to me, hey, that's when you take your hands off the screen or off the keyboard and you just breathe and self-regulate and pray. I have date and location, but he's not even sure what time he was born and doesn't have his birth certificate. That's okay. I don't need the time he was born. And you'll see all of this when you sign up on the website to book the relationship reading. Times are helpful, but they're not mandatory for your chart or for their chart. The time that they are mandatory is on the meet date chart. But the meet date chart isn't even mandatory to give a really good reading. As you saw tonight, I do a lot of channeling, and in a one-on-one, I can bring out the cards, I can take my time. I have both charts to look at. I have more data to pull from. So we will use in the one-on-one what I call a sunrise chart, or what astrologers call a sunrise chart. And a sunrise chart gives us like supremely accurate information about changes in a person's life, when things open, when things close, growth cycles, all of that. So you're good to go on that front. Okay, I'll discuss Senior Billie Eilish, but I have to be discreet due to the circumstances. Okay, Kylie, that sounds really good. Give it to me in salon terms. Like you went to the salon and what happened? Like tell me what happened in salon terms so we can have it in code. AM Westmoreland says, not like that. It's more like we are leaving it up to the universe before anything moves forward. Okay, got you. Got you. Got you. Got you. Got you. Yeah. Cool. then there's a lot more latitude that you have here for us to look at stuff, and what actions you can take, AM Westmoreland. Um, if it's this sort of thing where you guys are still in communication, it's just a matter of, life asking you to focus on some other things right now. Okay. Totally all good. But yeah, a reading can really help you understand. That's when the energies can be helpful. Um, and also really understanding the broader overarching cycles of life that another person is in, because even though union energy might be showing itself, the broader overall cycle of life might have a lot to do with purging and releasing family patterns. And so the connection is this place where you're doing a lot of healing to release, childhood trauma or family patterns that no longer serve. So it's helpful to know those broader overarching patterns and not just the union energy. And that's the kind of stuff we can do in a one-on-one reading. Okay. Kylie says, so I have this digit. Don't ask how. We'll discuss later. Kylie, what have you been doing? What in the espionage? Tell me why I was talking to him about a hair situation and he didn't reply until 9:30 p.m. p.m. Oh, interesting. Interesting. That is very interesting. I find it interesting he feels comfortable reaching out to me at that hour considering the circumstances. Yeah, I agree. The conversation didn't end until 10. So y'all had a conversation. Kylie, really? I like that. I like that. Ooh, girl. Okay. Now we're gonna talk soon. We have time coming up on my calendar, but and who was here earlier? Was it Hope who was here with you? Where'd she go? Hope had to go? Yeah, it's been just Kylie for a minute. All right, Kylie, if you want to do a question, let me know. If you want to wait till he's very dry, don't get too excited. But that he feels entitled to grace your DMs and your phone at this late hour. I'm intrigued. I am intrigued. If you want to do a question, Kylie, let me know. We'll set it up. But it was interesting. I bet it was. So yeah, if you want to ask me something about that or something else, Kylie, just drop your details and what you want to know in the chat. Thank you so much for being here, for directing traffic, for helping people know that I wasn't ignoring them, for answering their questions, and for helping people keep their cool in the chat and letting them know where they were at in the line. I really appreciate it. Tonight was a busy night. I'm glad we were able to get it all done. I heard my name. Yes, I was just about to ask you if you wanted me to do you a question, but it was like I hadn't seen your name in the chat at all. So I say, oh, maybe she's gone. I had to get ready to go out to my sister's meeting. Yes, girl. I done told you about dressing up and making yourself pretty now. Looking in the mirror and liking what you see. My goodness, hectic Christmas traffic. I'm just glad I could help you guys because it sounded like people were ready to like ask some good questions and really look at their connections from a different vantage point. So I'm happy that I could do that with y'all. I love you guys too. Love you. Love you, Kylie. Love you, Hope. Um, or no, that was Flower that I had that message for about getting herself dolled up. Hope I didn't have that message for you. Kylie said, I'm in the streets tonight too. Ooh. Okay, give me a minute. You got it. You got it. And somebody said they were just about to get another question. It was AM Westmoreland. Okay, come on, AM Westmoreland. Come on, get you your question. Pay for your question because I gotta as soon as I've closed out for everybody tonight, I am gonna finish packing so that I can get on a plane myself. and probably find a snack because your girl is hungry. Let me see, AM Westmoreland. I didn't see it come through. Normally I get a little notification. Where should I be looking? On PayPal or on Venmo? Okay, I don't see it on PayPal. Let me look on Venmo. Yeah, I don't see anything. Venmo, my last transaction came through over an hour ago. PayPal. Last one I have is make your life a work of art. So I don't see it yet. Double check, make sure it came through. PayPal. Let me click again into recent activity. Yeah, the last thing I have is make your life a work of art. I don't have anything new. I just refreshed. Double check on your side. White Elephant has a gift for you, but it's going to be a minute till it arrives. I did sort out my like travel stuff, Kylie, so I can share my like if you want to send something, I can share it with you. Um, that is so interesting. Yeah, got it, AM. I got it. There it is. There it is. I just saw it come through. Hey, hey, $1,000 clips. How you doing? Okay, AM Westmoreland. Just let me know when you know what you want to know. Okay. Many times in 2026 that show reconciliation, connection. Yes, that would be great, Cayman. Yeah. We can look at some. I'm not going to be able to give you like all the dates because that would take like 30 minutes, but we can look at some of the ones that might stand out for sure. Um, I need some birth details, AM Westmoreland, or the date of the meet. Okay. Reno, Nevada. 12, 15, 1984. 210. Okay, cool. Got it. Let me hit the timer so I don't get carried away with myself. Here we go. So timing for reconciliation according to your chart. Okay. So here's one of the challenges that I'm seeing you're really up against here. First of all, there's a huge cycle closing for you when it comes to the way you do partnership and relationship, and that has to close out before new stuff can come in. I'm seeing you're mostly done with it. It's behavioral. There's a behavioral pattern that has not worked for you that I'm being shown. You've actually put a lot of work into. It has to do with anger and shutting down. I'm seeing you put a lot of work into this when it comes to making yourself available for sustained connection. 2:10 a.m. Got you. No problem. We'll just flip it. That message still stands. So all that's going to do is put our friends where we, yeah, ooh, now it's louder. Well, damn. Let me see here what's happening. Oh, yeah. Now it's louder. Okay. Well, lots of growth here for you when it comes to I'm seeing self-soothing, I'm seeing self-awareness, I'm seeing changing behaviors. You've changed faster than this person has caught up with. Like you've changed. He's still trying to digest the fact that you can and that you did. Um so when it comes to reconciliation, the other thing that I can tell you is that this person is focused on some other stuff. There's a lot of stuff around work and money and family and obligation, and I'm even seeing kids here. I don't know if he has kids or if he has like a sister with young kids that he's supporting, but I'm seeing something around work and money and children here. And if it's not children, it has something to do with like him feeling like his projects are his babies, but it feels more like actual kids are in the mix, and him feeling real like stretched, tight around available time and energy. And what I keep seeing him show me as I'm looking at this for you is I don't have time right now. Like, even if she has changed, even if she is in a different place, even if she has grown, I don't have the bandwidth. Is an issue for him. Bandwidth is an issue. So, in terms of timing, one of the things that I'm seeing that shows up is as Jupiter moves over here into the 10th, this is giving opportunity come July, August, where I see something freeze up just a little bit in space and time for him, but it's not a lot. There is also um Juno retrograde is going to be down here. That's not going to help you very much. I see you actually being distracted with somebody else at that time, to be honest with you. I don't know if there's another man, um, or that you're just open to other men, just generally speaking. Like, since he's not available, well, the cat's away, kittens will play. I am seeing some of that sort of energy in your space. And I also see that that's some of what he's like, yeah, really, I can't give her what she needs right now. So I'm not willing to, I don't want to be in the space. Like she can do whatever she wants to do because I can't do it. Um, Venus, where is your ass going retrograde? Because you over here, I know you're gonna be up here messing up the mix. Here we go, 10th month. So I would say during this Venus retrograde, and it's a long time from now, I want to mentally prepare you. This is October of next year. And there's like smaller spots where I see like communication, like text exchanges at some of the new and the full moons next year. But in terms of like totally like, okay, we can maybe start to look at something from a different perspective and look at potential and possibility. I'm going to be real honest with you. That looks like it's a late 2026 thing into 2027 thing. The timer just went off. But one of the things you're up against here is that some of the ways that things have fallen apart in the past, even though you have changed and you've grown a lot, um, he's willing to acknowledge that. I'm seeing that here. Like mentally, he gets it, but because of the way he is at capacity, emotionally, mentally, financially, time wise, he's just stretched. He's not even sure he can do it all himself. And he's about to learn some valuable lessons about people who don't value his time the way he values them as people. Um, One of the issues he's up against here concerning you is this thought, and I gotta say it the way it's showing up. She may have changed, but if I press the wrong buttons and she goes back to her old pattern, like I really don't have time for that. I can't do that with her. I don't know what the pattern was, if it was some kind of back and forth or meltdown or anger or withdrawing and shut down and then like coming back with like angry words. He just doesn't have bandwidth for that. He really, his mental when it comes to love and connection at this time is like he needs a partner that is coming in as a support to him, not as someone that he has to support. Now, I'm not saying that's right. I'm not saying that's fair. I'm also going to acknowledge he recognizes that that's not the right thing to do, that it should be mutual. But he is also being very honest with himself. I don't have room for mutuality. Like, I need a woman who's going to have my back if there's any woman at all, because I don't have room for a woman that doesn't. And if she's gonna come in with all these needs and demands, I already got 4, 5, 6 mouths. I have demands on me for. I can't I can't add another demand to the roster right now. Um, so he looks really stressed, just kind of generally speaking. Like he's keeping his head above water, but it's kind of barely. And so, in terms of reconciliation, does he love you? Yes. Does he want to connect? Yes. Does he have bandwidth for it right now? No. So, this is going to be a longer process. And if you want to talk about that one on one, we can. Okay. That is all the messages. I love y'all. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for letting me read for you guys. Tarot Time says, hi, lovely. I was looking to book a private reading as discussed regarding union with Jay. However, it says you are sold out for the next 6 months. Is this accurate? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, let me look. Tarot Time, don't go anywhere. Oops, I misunderstood. I thought she mentioned that there were 1 hour readings still available for me to book regarding my situation. There are. Let me go look at my calendar. 1 second. Because nobody booked them and they were available this morning. So let me go look. Thank you all so much for being here. Thank you for trusting me with your chart and with your connection. I really hope that I was able to provide something that gave you not just insight and clarity, but just encouragement and confirmation. Like you're not messing this up. Um, you have options when it comes to your connection to have things move forward. Who is this? Not dear Violetta. Give me 1 second to adjust something here on my side so that we can do it. Mm, okay. Yeah, there's two left. Um, not three, but let me just double check my website for the 1 hour readings for you. 1 minute. Widget didn't load. You can do it. 60 minute. Yeah, okay. So I see there's one available on Thursday, January 15th at 3:30 p.m., but there should also be one on the 14th for 4:45. So let me double check on the back end of my site here. But if you want to take the one on the 15th, you can. And there's one more. I just need to double check what's going on here on the back side. Like, why isn't the appointment that's there showing for 4:45 on the 14th? Mm-mm-mm. Booking calendar. Manage. Default hours. Wednesday. Let me see. There's this strange spooky music going on. No spooky music. Okay, yeah. Okay, so now there's two sessions and you'll see them on the 14th and the 15th of January. So if you want to book for then I can read for you then. But yeah, that kind of is it for January for right now. I'm not opening up new slots right now. Um, not yet anyway. Okay. Let me see what's happening here in the chat. Okay, yeah, tarot time. So you'll see them the 14th and the 15th of January. There's one date on both, 1 hour on both days. So either one that works for you. If the time does not work for you, tarot time, you can always book now, send me your questions, and then I can send back a recording. You don't have to be there. The channeling still works the same. AM says, that's fair. I was that person for him. He decided he wanted to dip into something else when we were still connected. Yikes. Okay. It'd be a relationship reading if you want to look at somebody else's chart. Hope says, thank you, Kay. Thank you, everyone, for joining us tonight. Thank you, Kylie, for being the most awesome mod ever. Yes, happy holidays. I look utterly ridiculous in neon, but so fun. Gotta run. Bye. Have a great night, Hope. I really like that you're in neon tonight, girly. Get it. Um, love you, Hope. Have a great night. And yes, what Kylie said, find a hot guy to dance with. Would it be a relationship or personal reading? If you want to look at somebody else's chart, it's a relationship reading. Hello, my loves. Hey, Flower. Sorry I missed you all. Many blessings for the holiday season. Hey, happy holidays. We're so happy to have you here. So happy to have you here, Flower. Awesome. Okay. Um, Kylie, my love, do you want a question? You're booking now. Awesome. Should I post my cue or are we calling it? No, you should post your question. Enjoy your neon filled night. I'm sprinkling it with good juju, good vibes for love and connection and fun and family and safety. I hope you have a great time and you enjoy yourself tonight, Hope. Yes, Kylie should post her question. Still digesting how to let go of the expectations. I think I'm broken now. Mariah, what? Ah, it's called just being present, like just enjoying the company. That's it. That is it, girl. It's called just having fun with the other person. KK found it. You got it, tarot time. Glad to hear it. Okay, Kylie says, um, Kylie, Illinois, Waukegan. Let me share a screen again with you. Okay. Three, wait. Okay, 3/26, 1996, 2:15 a.m. Okay, so somebody's stuff came back all up in your space. What gives? What gives is the Sagittarius new moon that took place in your 12th house, where music and messages and signs all live. Your 7th house is now lit up with Jupiter, the expander, who's really going to try hard in the next year to get you into a loving, committed relationship. It's a once in 12-year transit. Plus, um, we have had some good stuff. Pluto semi-sextile your natal Juno. This is going to bring a sense of like someone behind you. For some reason, I know what you're going to say. I know you're going to say. Yeah, someone behind you, like it's almost like I know you can sense them there. It's like you just can't find them all the way yet, but you feel like the power and the energy of them. Um, and almost like the psychic sense of them. They could be coming in through the work arena or somebody you've worked with previously. The Saturn Neptune thingy, though, is really interesting conjunct your natal Saturn here, because as you know, you're in your Saturn return year. This is all about maturing when it comes to your values and your money. But Saturn is connected to your natal Juno, and this allows you to start to see connection from a more mature light. It's almost like relationships are trying to mature themselves and prove selves to you, Kylie, like, see, they're not that bad. The water's fine. Jump in. It's really sweet. I love this for you because I want you to, I know you want love, and it's just a matter of like exhaling and letting yourself have it. Um, so yeah, I'm not surprised. It's probably coming in the form of like dreams, like you said, music, symbols, signs, this sort of thing. If you're waiting for it to pop out in the third dimension, I'm looking at the new moon in Capricorn, Aquarius, and Pisces, which will all touch your Juno, your Saturn, your Mercury, um, your Uranus here. But even more than that, I think Aries season, which you know tends to be your season, Aries and Taurus season. People seem to like to want to know, well, what's Kylie doing? And they want to get all up in your business. So expect that you're probably synced in, you're linked in, you're like synced up with somebody that you guys have like, the same sort of like energy. There's this energy that like, is like has you guys on the same page with this new moon because we certainly see Venus and Juno together in lockstep in that 12th house with um the sun and Mars having a little chit chat about your subconscious mind and how to clear the cobwebs concerning love and connection. So I like this for you. I hate Aries season, to be honest. It never goes well, girl. We're going to have to find some new beliefs and release the past. You're going to have to expect some good things. You're going to have to expect some good things. Okay. And that's that's on 2026 for you, girl. We got to expect some good things. So, but yeah, it does look like somebody's on your mind, you're on their mind, the two of you are on each other's mind. But even more than that, um, if you want to use this to really like share with somebody, like, hey, like, I still think about you. I hope you're doing well. Happy holidays. I do think it's going to go well for you. If you want to say something, you can. I don't see anything here that's indicating adverse or ill effects to that measure. Tarot time 222 booked. I saw. Thank you so much, Kay. I'm looking forward to meeting with you. I can't wait, Tarot time. Thank you so much for booking, and thank your friend for bringing you here tonight. Big hugs to both of you. Um, but yeah, the first 4 months of next year are some of the best for forward movement and momentum. But all of next year for you really is a love related year with Jupiter transiting through your seventh house. It's really going to force you to really look at some of your patterns as well, Kylie. With Pluto opposite Jupiter, there are some patterns you have around holding love at arm's length that Pluto and Jupiter are going to work in tandem to humble you around just a little bit. I mean, it's not just you, it's all of us collectively getting a little bit of an ego checkup with Jupiter and Pluto in opposition around where we may feel like we want a certain thing, but not really be lining up behaviorally with that thing. So, I encourage you to just take it slow, to know that, there are people who are going to come in who are going to want to connect with you, but this is going to force you to deal with a lot of your stories about love, relationship, and yourself in this process. And hopefully gets you into a very stable, loving, committed relationship before the end of 2026. She says, I have my reasons. I know you do, Kylie. Trust me, we all have our reasons to keep love at arm's length. But baby, you hanging out with a love reader like it's your part time job. I can't get you into love. Only you can do that. So you're gonna have to let the guard down just a little bit and trust. Maybe the universe isn't out to get you. Maybe they're not sending you a boogeyman. You know? Maybe there are good things on the horizon for Kylie. And maybe it's safe to let go of the past and stop using it like shield and armor to protect you from a future that can in no way resemble it. The planets never look exactly the same way twice. It's always movement. So that's some of the big work here for you, but also really coming to understand your self worth and self esteem with your Saturn return and how you handle money. So, big growth. This is all going to help you land a really good relationship. And who knows, Mr. Billie Eilish might be it. He might just be it. Now, weird and awkward. I get it, but that's okay. Kylie, sometimes we're all a little weird and awkward. So, just letting people be themselves and you be you too. Yeah, that's what I have for you, sweetness. Um, Ask Mr. Billie Eilish. I just want to know if the calls can go the same way. Can I also call you at 9:30 at night? Not that I would. I'm just checking. My friend told me to ask you. Ah, love's coming for you. Open up and embrace me. Listen, Flower, I've been telling this girl this since 1996. What? Tell her again. Tell her again. Okay. Well, my friends, my star family, since nobody else has jumped on the list and nobody else has any questions, I'm checking him the next time I see him. Girl, why check him if you liked getting the phone call? It sounds like you liked it. You popped in this chat all buzzing about it. Tell him if you want to talk to me, you know you can call me at more reasonable hours. Did you know you messaged me after? No! Kylie, stop. If you want to talk to me, you know you can message me at more reasonable hours. That's what you say. I'll also pick up the phone before 7. Oh gosh, girly, you are funny. You are so funny. I can't with y'all. I really can't. Girls be out here doing the most. All right, babies. Well, look, Flower, do you have any questions? I know you just got here, but if you have any questions, let me know. It'd be my thank you and honor to read for you before we close this new year. Kylie says, I had an old friend call me at 2 a.m. last night. Okay, yeah, that's a hard pass. But listen, I think most people expect everyone to be on Do Not Disturb these days and to just answer when they can. If Hope was still here, I'd do her a question too, but she had to bounce. Let me know if you have a question, Flower. Thank you both for being such amazing, amazing, amazing moderators here on this channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you both. I really appreciate you too. Thank you. You good, Flower? Okay. All right. Well, then, with that, this is where I love y'all and leave you with lots of love. This closes out our 2026. I mean, unless I decide to pop on and do mini readings right before the new year, but I don't think I'm going to do that. I might, but I don't think I will. This has been so much fun. You all are a ball to connect with. I loved everyone's questions. I loved everyone's high vibe, encouragement of one another. I really loved seeing how dedicated everyone is to growth in their connections and showing up as their best selves. Man, I'm just honored that this is the kind of community that feels attracted to the work I do on the internet. I love y'all, and I thank y'all. And you guys enjoy Christmas if you celebrate, Yule, Hanukkah, Eid's coming up in the new year. Chinese New Year's coming. I'm gonna talk to all y'all before both of those, but yeah. Um, yeah, I can't wait. I can't wait for it. I think it's gonna be a better year in a lot of ways. Harder in other ways, but better in some ways. So, okay, everybody, take great care. And if you're traveling, safe travel.